对， Everyone, please remain. Before we start, we will sing our national anthem and lagu majority yang di hatiku. Here are your answers. You may be seated.
Assalamualaikum.
you for coming to our event. Dear respected IPRSA students and participants from Zoom, we have an amazing lineup of speakers and engaged activation like sports.
Kick off this event, let's start with a big round of applause for our sponsor, which are the Institute for Not to recap our collaborative for this event, which is the Institute of Continuing Education and Professionalism. Without our support, we will not be here today celebrating the traveling sport industry. Players.
Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, praise to God, Lord of the world. Peace and blessings are upon our followers. Allahumma ya Allah, technology. We seek for your blessing and are grateful to receive you of all the infinite blessings for us. Your Allah, show us guidance and adjust our path and ways to achieve happiness and glory. Let us listen to people who like things. Let us avoid doing the bad and evil things and prevent us from harm and unfortunate events. We seek your blessing for the following progress of this event from the beginning till the end. We seek your guidance to stay clear of events that will be detrimental to the progress of this event. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar.
Thank you, Mr. Sophie, for the
Communication and Studies Professor welcoming speech. Please welcome.
Thank you, MC. One company with one more day, director, I said ITM, Miss Dewi Sribai, and council members, students of IPR and SK from from International University Students Association, IPRM SK chapter, Institute of Public Relations Malaysia Student Association, IPRM SK Level Branch, UITM's Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, Faculty of Pharmacy and Faculty of Dentistry. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, praise to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to His praise and blessings that has made this momentous occasion possible. Today, I'm honored to be here with all of you to give the opening speech for this forum entitled
International Forum on Education, Culture, and Technology, InFECT. I'm happy to be given this opportunity to speak on behalf of my faculty, as this is one of the first few official programs that I'm attending as a team. I'm a newly appointed team, just almost a month now. Thank you very much. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to everyone here today whose effort led to this event, especially the Institute of Continuing Education and Professional Studies, ISEPS, led by Dr. Professor Dr. Azizul Halim bin Yahya, for initiating this event and also for inviting faculty via IBRM SK to collaborate. Thank you again, I said, for all the opportunity given to the I believe this program is part of the 50th anniversary of for ISEP as well. And for information, Faculty of Communication also celebrated its 50th anniversary last year. And we are that plan was that and we are looking forward to that. Actually, still thinking we won't sometimes share feedback as if that we are still living maybe something that we are maybe we can cheat at that time later. But most importantly, what we need to do is we are moving forward, that's the most important thing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, today's forum marries the three themes, which are education, culture, and technology. This forum will be joined by experts from various academic fields, internationally and locally based. This is such a remarkable experience to be enlivened with students from local universities and lecturers working together for the knowledge sharing from many parts of the world. I'm happy that Institute of PR Malaysia Student Association, IPRM SAUIM chapter, is a partner for this program as well. This association is the first student association for Institute of PR Malaysia, and I'm proud of all the programs activities that it has organized. This association has been very active to deliver public relations, communication, and media activities that link students with the industry, government, non-profit organizations, locally and internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, InFECT, FECT has the name suggests, will divide it into sharing of experts and academicians regarding the education, culture, and technology that are important in today's environment. And this is the right word. In fact, please don't result. In fact, these three are linked closely with each other, looking at the rapid development of technology and the needs of today's generation. For example, Gen Z doesn't just see the technology as linked to experiences, but also allows them to create their own life stories. Technology for them is a playground that gives them a plethora of opportunities where they can experiment and test ideas, practices, processes, style, and etc. Hence, our faculty believe that programs such as today will provide real-life examples and experience for students to explore and immerse themselves into before they go out to industry later on. Today, in the world of modernization, culture and technology are not new terms. They can be linked together or stand on their own. Culture observes itself through human experiences and reflections on their rituals, values, and in the transfer of the technology. Hence, technology has a crucial impact on the fundamental of all culture, especially in education, language, religion, and etc. For example, in a study by a group of researchers from Liverpool universities conducted for Times Higher Education, found that Malaysian students are more willing to use virtual environment, VLES, if their classmates and teachers are active users. This is because we come from a collectivist cultural background. Our culture motivates to do things together and not individually. Hence, this forum will give not just sharing expertise and knowledge, but also strengthening the academic relationships between educators, lecturers, students, and institutions. Focusing on the marriage of education, culture, and technology. Moving forward, I'm sure that this forum will continue to be staple by steps. The faculty and UITM, and it will incorporate trending topics on education, culture, and technology, which are at in all the specialization in UITM. Ladies and gentlemen, these concerted efforts to turn this forum a reality will deliver the benefit it promises in going beyond and building stronger relationships between UITM and its partners who are present today, physically and virtually. Before I end, allow me to congratulate and thank those who have made it possible, mainly the communities at ISEPS, for coordinating today's event with collaboration from Taiwan International University, Iraq, the esteemed partners of Global Alliance, IPRM, IPRM-SA UITM chapter, IPRM-SA the new branch, students of Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, Faculty of Pharmacies, Faculty of Dentistry, and the UITM franchise students from QIU. A warm thank you to ISEP and QIU for having me today. I hope that this forum will be a prominent and continuous efforts of providing the best information sharing between us. May today bring us another possibility of being better than yesterday, was a greater knowledgeable person with an enhanced understanding of the world we live in, and visions and planning for our future and its new generations. Lastly, I would like to wish happy Golden Jubilee to ISEPS in celebrating of their 50th anniversary. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah.
Thank you, Professor Madya Dr. Abdul Rashid, for his insightful and inspiring speech. Without further ado, we would like to invite our respected guest speakers, Mr. Fikri Rizal and Ms. Maria Ahmad, together with our moderator, Muhammad Ali Hazrat, for today's forum. Press play to success, navigating communication in esports.
Hi everyone, my name is Ray and today I'm going to be the moderator for today's event. Press play to success, navigating communication in esports. This event is presented by the Department of Transnational Studies in collaboration with the Institute of Continuing Education and Professional Studies, ISEP, and the Institute of Public Relations Pledges Student Association, IPRM-SA, UITM chapter. Today is definitely going to be a blast. And before that, congratulations, ISEP, for their 50th anniversary. ISEP has been supporting and providing the best services for full and part-time studies with various programs. I would like to express my gratitude to our speakers, sponsors, and ISEP for making this event possible. Their dedication and expertise have brought us together to explore the exciting world of esports. Now, I would like to introduce our respected speakers for our forum today. First of all, Mr. Fikri Rizal Martin and Ms. Pia. Hello. Mr. Fikri Rizal, I think that you will have awards. You received the Martin Rising Star Award during the CMO Awards 2019. And Ms. Pia, We also won the Asian Digital Awards 2018 in Social Media Management. Yeah, we also by HCOM. Round of applause, both of them. Today, both of them will be sharing their journey, experiences, and insights gained from years of dedication to their craft. It's always inspiring to hear from someone who has achieved greatness in the gaming world. So let's give them our undivided attention. But before that, we encourage all of the audience to give questions and participate because we're going to have a Q&A session by the end of the following. So start thinking of what you guys want to know from these speakers we have. Because their passion and commitment to the esports industry are commendable. They have not only enlightened us, but also give our own enthusiasm for this dynamic field. Their words have resonated deeply, and we are confident that the insights came from the presentation will have a lasting influence on our personal and professional endeavors within esports. So, without further ado, let's kick off the esports talk event and dive into our first session. Get ready to expand your knowledge, engage in stimulating conversations, and have a memorable time exploring the dynamic landscape of esports. Thank you all for being here, and let's make this event a resounding success. We're going to go to for the first questions, which I will be first of all, it's quite confusing to explain about the communication in esports. It would be nice to have the exposure from perspectives.
Okay, so first of all, it's a great honor to be here back again in your India. So happy to see you on my LinkedIn. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, so basically, I think in terms of like the differences of communication in sports and all the other medium, I think it's fairly the same. But however, you know, esports and gaming, right, is something that is taking people away from, you know, watching Netflix, from watching TV. It's the potential consumers of any brands or any products. So it is highly important that we understand the audience that we are actually reaching out to by looking at the data that we have, you know, from checking out surveys or from any of the outputs that we have developed, and then looking at it in a bigger perspective. We need to understand first and foremost, in whatever that we do in terms of like communication, we need to understand what is the objective that we want to accomplish. What are the results that we want? So in esports and gaming, it's very simple. Game is the product that, you know, it's a main key product, it's the main bread and butter product. So game developers make money by selling in-game items, right? Inside the game. So who plays Mobile Legends back then? Ada tak siapa main Mobile Legends? So korang beli diamonds kan? Mungkin itu lah sumbang pada gaji. So Mobile Legends buat duit pada diamond. Esports is a marketing tool to ensure that all of you guys are always engaged in Mobile Legends campaigns. So our communication strategy is very simple to ensure that you guys are always engaged in MLB, to ensure that you guys are always playing Mobile Legends campaign. So in a nutshell, macam itulah jawapan dia. So the communication strategy tu is somewhat very simple compared to like kalau korang nak promote any other stuff lah.
I see. Thank you. Okay, so basically, so based on what Mr. P explained just now, does this means that is that the reason why esports industry in Malaysia has been widened? Or is there any other reasons why esports industry in Malaysia is more focused?
Okay. First of all, thank you, Mr. Ray, and also happy to get to an industry for SF. And thank you also for inviting me. Just let me share before I share about his answer. My perspective is actually more on journalism and storytelling kind of stuff. So the reason why people pay more attention to esports is because I do believe niche is a new mainstream. Means that niche have their own community and it's become like an power on the numbers of the community itself. So these kind of phrase or this kind of I say like argument. I found it when I worked with Astro-Wadi. I think in 2016 I wrote an article about Mobile Legends specifically, and we have a chart in our newsroom. So when I wrote the article, and it's become like number one compared to other news like politics, current and so on. So this shows something because I literally shared this article to a specific group in Facebook. So why people become pay more attention is because of the niche become like grow. People become more pay more attention. People think okay, this is fun, and we need to understand the number one reason why people go to cyber world or social media is because of escapism. So what are you looking for as escapism? Entertainment. That's why you scroll mindlessly or with attention when you scroll TikTok because you want attention, entertainment. I want something. Regardless of or we call it as instant gratification. So it's what's for what, and more people, especially the target audience, is becoming younger. Like usually my target audience is like 18 between 24. Now it's way younger, or along like 8 to 12. So imagine you're talking to a child. I have like 2 seconds of your attention. That's the first challenge. If I already got your first 2 seconds attention, how I'm gonna maintain my attention with you? Yeah, so yeah, it's gonna be hard. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be hard, but it's fine because I think it's because you're into communication. So I think that's the part that I feel fine. Yeah, because like how I'm gonna talk to you, how I'm gonna get your attention and maintain your attention.
It keeps both the fun and challenge.
I'm like, okay, this is the moment that, okay, what if I had just been up next to go back? Like, but here's you, like, one of your communication theory, I hope I lecture part from that I remember until today is social media, social theory. It's it's the one later, right?
Yeah.
But how are you gonna get, these people, how are you gonna be, like, everything what different strategies are.
Alright, thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. So, in communication really plays a vital role in esports, as you can see even in tournaments or even in games in general. Mostly of games to communicate with each other. Very linked to the ethics of communication. Ethics or in communication, like the way how people in esports and the way how they communicate.
So basically, I just give you a little bit of input about so basically in Mobile Legends right back in Malaysia, the professional esports tournament is called MPL Malaysia, right? So that is the most highest level professional esports tournament. So before during season 7, during season 6, it was still a combination of MPL Malaysia and MPL Singapore. And then season 7, we start to change it. We separate from Malaysia and Singapore. Singapore has its own MPL. Malaysia has its own MPL. So the reason why we did this decision is because we know for a fact that there's a lot of opportunities that we haven't tapped into in Malaysia and Singapore. So during season 7, our peak concurrent viewers. So in esports, so the way we measure the successfulness of the event is based on peak concurrent viewers. Peak concurrent viewers tu maksudnya orang tengok tournament tu serentak at the same time. Okay, so masa season 7, kita punya peak concurrent viewers was only at 76,000 peak concurrent viewers. Now we are at season 11, we are at 280,000 peak concurrent viewers. And the way that we do that, macam mana kita dapat achieve benda ni is all organic. Kita tak payah media, kita tak purchase editorial, we don't do any media spending. The only way that we did this is through communication. So apa yang kita buat is that we change the narrative of the league. So macam before this liga ni orang nampak liga Singapore dengan Malaysia. So it's not a localized league. Right, so kita tukarkan liga menjadi localized. One thing, first thing yang I buat is that I want people to understand that MPL Malaysia is from Malaysia, not from China. Because people have the perception of, oh, Unicorn Games is from China, right? So I don't want that to happen in Malaysia. So now I want people to remember that MPL Malaysia is localized from Malaysia. We changed the hashtag to Ikigai Kita because this is our style, this is our style. We are multiracial country, and these are, our leader, basically. So we changed the hashtag. So the season 7 season 8 is all the playability of Ikigai Kita up until season 11 baru-baru ini. So masa season 10, we realized that so kita orang perasan yang tim dekat dalam Malaysia ni kebanyakan dia orang macam a lot of fans cakap orang ni jago kampung, right? Macam Toda bila dia champion of MPL Malaysia, bila dia pergi ke international stage dia akan kalah dengan tim-tim lain, padahal dekat dalam Malaysia dia orang paling power. So banyak orang nampak benda ni as satu benda yang stress, macam mana aku nak build daripada benda ni. But we as a communication person, we need to look at every problem as an opportunity. So macam mana kita boleh gunakan opportunity untuk change our perspective. So when Toda was representing Malaysia in the Mobile Legends World Cup back in Indonesia in January, dia orang kalah, but instead of our communication platform, kita dekat seorang, tak apalah Toda try again. Instead of that, kita tukar negatif. Dia cakap, Toda, come on lah, you are Malaysian, you should do better than this. So what this does is that it creates nationalism spirit among all Malaysian untuk bagi tahu dekat orang-orang ramai ni supaya kita bangkitkan Malaysia. So what happened is, during season 11 baru-baru ni, ngam-ngam pula 11 kan we change the narrative to revolusi. So this season is all about changing the revolusi lah untuk Malaysia. So dari situ kita nampak yang makin banyak investment daripada fans, sebab fans pun instill pressure dekat dalam team. Team pun invest lebih lagi, so dia bawa import player, dia bawa banyak lagi perubahan dekat dalam team juga. Dan kita sedikit sebanyak nampaklah perubahan yang kita dapat nampak dekat dalam Liga Sports kita, which is kita dapat silver dekat dalam SEA Games baru-baru ni untuk lelaki, kita dapat gangster untuk perempuan, dan juga kita dapat gangster juga untuk Paralimpik kan. Silver. Sorry, kita dapat silver juga untuk Paralimpik SEA Games baru-baru ni. So tu sedikit sebanyak dapat ubah, dan semua benda ini dilakukan daripada segi communication je lah.
I see. Because just as you mentioned, when season 7 started, like I was a huge fan of it, and since season 4, I even auditioned for the customer shop. So I think I've seen the changes on how voice starts to increase when it's more focused in Malaysia instead of Malaysia, Singapore, and say that we can from communication and how organic, that we encourage these fans to keep on encouraging the teams to do better. And for this year, we did, after 5 years, we did the whole roster change.
So macam benda ni, I think as a communication strategist or as a comms manager or comms person, you need to understand that there are a lot of platforms yang kita boleh gunakan. So macam social media is one portion, media like WTM plays a huge vital role in increasing, the esports ecosystem dekat dalam Malaysia. We have the Teams platform. That's all the platforms that you have. That's the big playground. But at the end of the day, what kind of input do you want to give out to the public? The message that you want to deliver to the public, that's the most important thing. And also understanding, like who are the ones that's receiving the message. I think that's also quite important, which is the target audience.
Thank you so much, Mr. So based on Mr. Quigley's explanation just now, especially on how communication would give impact with the sports teams to the industry and to everyone basically. Do you think, your own opinion, are there other games that tackle both tactics and communication? Like if there's other approaches.
This is something like macam orang kata Mobile Legends super circular, because when we talk about communication, people always think like how we want to communicate, but people always forget the parts of the. So I didn't give permission like PUBG Mobile. I'm trying to do something like Mobile Legends because the reason why we need to localize our content is because to create a sense of belonging. That's why they separate MPL Singapore and Malaysia to MPL Malaysia. But because our interest is I joined Mobile Legends since 2017, which is a year after Mobile Legends was introduced in this world. So since season one, we are craving for, hey, we want Malaysian content. You are doing big simulation. Kenapa tak nak buat bahasa Melayu content? Want that. So after a few years, they said, and that's why you get the program because people want the sense of belonging. For gamers, right? They always like, okay, you just play games. So that's why, like, for my part, I changed the narrative to esports focus sekadar main. It's not just playing games because it's a career too. Like for example, like me, I got a lot of chances like in terms of like skill writing, content narrative, just being in this industry. So about other games, right? The arts trying to do, for example, like PUBG Mobile. I'm not sure if anyone's playing PUBG Mobile. It's actually a shooting games, which is actually used to be one of the used to be the most popular games in Malaysia before Mobile Legends overtake because they need to respond. They need to give they're not listening too well because compared to shooting games and also Mobile Legends game, which is require a lot of complicated stress and whatsoever. Shooting games, usually the people that it's easy.
It's direct.
And many people can understand that. But at the end of the day, if you don't listen like to make more local content, and the most important thing that people want, community want, is the on ground event, the activation. Because after COVID, there's not many activation. But MPL did that in last year, I think starting last year, until COVID. So if you don't listen well in the competition, so it will be hard for you now. People will really overtake you like in second stuff.
So other than Mobile Legends, we also have PUBG Mobile.
These mobile games, although we literally know like mobile games are more popular in Southeast Asia because of the easy to access. People can buy mobile phone compared to PC games. Like if you have PC, you can play Dota or whether it was creative. But not many publisher like Ubuntu. We need to okay, Malaysia have a very huge market in that. But other people don't see and appreciate as it is
So basically, the games which is like Mobile Legends and PUBG Mobile, it has like a wide access. Like everyone can play, everyone who has basically if you have a phone, you can play it. So
anywhere.
yeah, you can play anywhere. And it's also like easy for the younger generations to engage in the game. Yeah, because we have some say new generations who have ambitions like pro player, like game.
You're pro player, but he's starting to addict.
Yeah, that's like a powerful. Okay, so let's imagine for Mr. K. We know how big it is, and now basically not all, but most students are really engaged in sports or basically know bits on the things that they should know about sports or games basically. Because they're active in the competitive scene, they watch, they know the rules and all that. What do you think? What do you think the outcomes that are important for students to solve what we know and stuff?
Yeah, so I think as a student, if you were to jump to this gaming and sports industry, know that even though it's a gaming industry, this job is not a game. It's still a real job that you have to go on 9 to 5 or 9 to 6. Sometimes you'll take over your weekend. If you were to jump into like a gaming And esports, betul. Okay. So if you were to jump into gaming and esports, I think the most important thing that you need to have is the mindset of hustling. You need to hustle, like that's the most important thing. Because yeah, I mean it's a fast pace, it's a challenging environment. You just need to get ready to hustle yourself, and but don't be scared. I think that is just the depending on what kind of jobs that you want to do. If you want to be like in a gaming publisher or the producer industry, I think that is something that you need to get ready. But you want to be in an environment, there's a lot of opportunities in the gaming and sports industry. As a PR person, you can be a PR person in the gaming and sports industry. You can be a broadcast manager. You can be a physiotherapist. You can be like a psychologist, like a shopcaster. But there's a lot of opportunity in this gaming and sports. You just need to find your niche and work your way up from there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Green. Like, so basically, it's not just games that or play games in a daily basis. It also provide a huge the job opportunities because a lot of people like wish to when we talk about esports industry, it's just games, but in fact, like as a shopcaster myself, I discovered that there's a lot more to explore in esports.
Yeah.
So, Maria, too many screen time for does it really expand the players' face-to-face communication?
I mean, like face-to-face communication with strangers or face-to-face communication with.
I mean, it makes the
Actually, I got to wait as well. It's not really need help from the other people because you guys are very shy, very like I don't know. There's some overwhelm from you guys that I feel, but we should get so like because the players that's really I don't know how to talk. Get help like professional help. Like for example, when you're on stage, a very simple question, as someone that asks you, of course, you would having your hard time, like, oh, what, like, ask more about that, like, actually, you can answer more. How, like, people feel like also more whatever, but they don't know how to do that now. So, but that's why I think everyone knows this phrase. Gamers really need to touch. Yeah. You need to feel the reality. You really need to go out. You need to communicate. You really need to start to people. You really need to go out. Yeah. So actually, I don't deny that. That's why like it's important to have balance. Okay, good. You're a professional player, but you also need to be aside. You also need to be a very. I know what factor was but the most important part is you need to touch the grass.
engage in
The reality.
talking about it. Advice for not advice, for students in general. Do you have any, let's just say, tips on how students can balance when they can balance themselves in studies and games when they are participating in sports? Because we know even some players are students and they have like double commitments. How do you think they should balance that?
Okay, so basically it's on the level of tournament yang dia main. Okay, kalau dia main dekat macam MPL Malaysia and if that particular person is selected to play for an organisation, I think the most important thing is to get to know your organisation, right? So I can give you one example like Team Hub, he punya coach, Coach Park. He was when he was doing season 11 last season, he was actually doing his final year project, right? He's a former student, so he was still studying. And the best thing about Team Hub is that dia betul-betul control dan manage dia punya players. So they have like a play time, and then after that diorang akan ada like a schedule time untuk these students pergi belajar. And for example, like one of the players like Gary, he was sitting in SPM in the previous year. So what they did was, even though dia carikan sekolah berdekatan dengan dia punya gaming house, and then they arrange like a tuition for Gary to ensure that Gary is always well equipped with education. Then after that they balance out dengan dia orang punya play time and training lah. So I think as a pro player, or if you want to become a pro player, if you're a student, before you go into any organization, you need to understand like who is your organization, where are they coming from, and are their goals aligned with yours or not. So you need to ensure that you tell them upfront that I still want to have a good grade studying, at the same time play well as well. So make sure you align with the organization. But if you are playing in a second division or like in the third division, I think if you need to basically select and choose which one is either studying or you need to go to a full pro playing scene, sorry, the second or third, my suggestion to you is that maybe take a step back and look at yourself and what you want to be, what you want to accomplish in 10 years' time. Then work backwards dari situ, because there's no point kalau you pilih salah satu and then ended up you fail on the both of it kan. So better you take a step back and reflect dulu apa yang you nak jadi in 10 years time. You want to be a pro player or what you want to be, then make your decision from now. So that is my answer. I think Maria pun ada something to check out. Yeah.
Susan, I just want to share one story because my job is actually to create and to search for one story. One of the story I think is from one of our bronze medalists in the play Aya. She's very talented in her role in games, which is Romer. Romer macam dia receive the damage. That is, this role is actually the one that actually need to absorb all damage, need to do the short call that, hey, we need to be here, we need to be here. So I asked her because recently her success was posted in Mara and also some of their Facebook posts because she's a very successful in her study also, for flat in diploma, and also she's also Hafiza, which is and also a bronze medalist. So I asked her, how do you study? Because people have their own way to study, right? So she said that I'm the type of person that I need to listen and I need to say it again. So and then she said that, I need to learn first because I want to play more. Yeah, so the kind of motivation to be balanced is there. So it's good to have that kind of strategy. But like back to the pop story, Pops actually have I can see it like a breakout moment because he sees that he really want to be both. He really want to be successful in UNTM, engineering fabric, and also successful in mobile legends. He did. He became the #1 team in Malaysia last year, and he joined the World Championship. But it cost him a lot. That is something that we cannot deny, but also something that we can learn. There's always a moment that you need to take a step back for you to be balanced up. So to me, I think at the end of the day, like people say, what do you want to be? Do you want to be both? Because some people cannot be both. I cannot do both because I used to take master here, but I dropped halfway, so I don't like everything again. Because at that time I really want to focus my WTM. So because like I have the call, like I think, okay, I will be doing this, I need to apply this as soon as I can. Some people can do, it's okay to be relatively back for yourself, but you need to identify what is your strength, really go for your strength, and if you have a moment to reflect, to improve your weakness, do that. Focus on your strength. So that you can achieve more than you think.
So it depends on what you can achieve your ability. Like if you think you can go for both, please go. Yeah, but if you think you can be one, I mean, you can try to go for both, and then you discover that yeah. Because for me, I thought I can balance out being a student, but I can't.
also pursue my master. I can only start. So I feel like okay, I need to start myself. But I do promise to myself and my friend, I will take the master now.
Thank you so much for the explanation for both speakers. But now we're going to open a Q&A session. Yeah, we still have time. Yeah, we still have time to open a Q&A session. So anyone from the audience, if you guys have any questions, or even from the Zoom live itself, feel free to ask. You can just have a few questions.
Actually, right, do you guys speak gigs? What kind of gig? Like honestly.
I mean, first start
I was ajak audition.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm a father, and I am a baby boomer generation. Okay, towards the prediction in the world. Yeah. As a father, I'm worried about my children's future, my children's health and well-being, and what they can contribute to the world and to this society. As a baby boomers, I keep asking myself, is this sustainable? Is this just like content creator? Or is it a job, a part-time job or full-time job? Is it sustainable? Is it consistent? Is it paying the bills? And my son wanted to buy a new computer. The reason is because he wanted to play high level of game, which I say, no, thank you. As simple as that. And I explained the reason. And he spent most of his time not communicating with their friends and on the figure and things like that, which I really don't like it. The question is, how can you convince me to encourage my son or my children to be pro gamers, if I may call it, and does it will pay their bills? Can they sustain it under 50 years old? And can he contribute? Can my children contribute something meaningful to the society, to the well-being of the world? Does it change anything in terms of good in life? Thank you.
Okay, can I ask you one question, sir? Okay, can I ask you one question? Okay, what is a sustainable job? Is engineers or like a doctor is a sustainable job?
The definition, my definition of sustainable is having some fixed income every month. So you don't go in certified.
Is engineering or a doctor it's a sustainable job?
As long as they have income sustainable and fixed income every month, then they will bring to feed their children.
I think this is the reason why I asked this is because sooner or later all of those engineers, doctors will be taken over by AI. So they will no longer be sustainable. I think they need to like all the other industries, right? I think we need to just grow with it. You know, like we cannot predict the future of what's going to happen. But I do want to share this, right? In Malaysia itself, the internet population is 36 billion, right? The total of gamers in Malaysia is 1/3. Right? For mobile legends main only, 1/3 daripada internet population dalam Malaysia ni main mobile legends main. And this is not inclusive of these Valorant players, not inclusive of all these mobile players. So if we combine the community and everyone together, I think we can reach for about 2/3 daripada internet population kat dalam Malaysia ni semua main game kan. Tak kira lah kalau kita main game apa tu Candy Crush ke apa-apa ke. So it's a big industry and dulu orang cakap setiap game ni ada lifetime span dia. Setiap 5 tahun game tu akan mati. Setiap 5 tahun game tu akan mati. But Mobile Legends main buat masa sekarang ni we are celebrating our 7 years anniversary already. Right? So I think as long as we are here to support and grow the industry, as long we have our main goal and main core objective, which is to grow the industry, I think this industry is really sustainable. And if it doesn't, I'm sure well enough like it will be similar to like all the other industry juga lah. When the bubble bursts, it will burst 100%. Tapi apa-apa pun dekat dalam industri ni, we cannot predict the future. But what I can say is that esports is here to stay, gaming is here to stay. Yeah.
Thank you, Benji. Okay, first of all, I acknowledge and they take the concern because it is a concern, especially from the parents. That's your role, that's your responsibility. But I do believe your children also need to understand the concern also and need to keep something. For example, like this is just a story. I remember back in 2000, I'm only 8 years old. I won this volleyball, rubber gate to go like 10 ringgit. But then my father said, okay, you can have that. But I need to cut your, allowance, like, the allowance I would do like 2 ringgit, so I need to cut to 1. At the time, I was like, 8 years old, please forgive me, I don't understand. I have to scratch out why. Along the way, you understand that, no, sister, you want, there's some stuff that you cannot get easily. So I do believe foreign country is very, very, very. But it should be give and take. Okay, for example, let's say if you want to play games, you can only play from 9 to 11, for example. And also, if you really want to be success, please go to this team or this team to show that I'm believing in you. Okay, and if you really want to deal in this field, please be number 1 in MPL, for example. And if you really want to maintain it, please give me 10K every month, something like that. Because I do believe like we need to accept and we need to really validate their concerns because parents care, but they show differently. Their love language is like different. But our current generation language, their love language is most of it, I'm not saying all, is commercial words. So, like for example, maybe you should have a time one-on-one with your children. Hey, this is my concern. Of course, I'm not gonna make sure the outcome is gonna be great or whatever, but at least have that concern. And maybe like your child also need to have like give and take. Okay, because you are the one that investing in the VC, you are the one that take the bill, you are the one that pay the internet. So it should be like the children also like if your dad or your mother treat you as an adult, you also need to return as an adult. So for example, like, okay, I can do this, but can you give me this for me? That's also my experience with my mother. I think after a while now, like literally now, this year now she understand more. Now you need me very smart. So yeah, it's not gonna be a great. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not gonna be a great journey, especially in Malaysia. Because Malaysia market is what still like growing. Not many people are gonna be successful, but once you are very successful, you are gonna be awesome. Because I'm gonna put numbers and figures here so that you can feel a bit cool. Okay, before this, if you are a streamer, very good streamer, if you get a tier 1, your payment is 12K USD. Your tier 2 will be 5K USD. Your tier 3 will be 2,000 or 1,000 USD. But you really so what part? And as for me too, since I started WTF today, I started in 2019. I didn't have any profit for 2019, but for 2020, the year itself, I get 100K. So it really is like it's not really a confirmation kind of like stuff. You just like you really need to put an effort. You really need to your future. But at the end of the day, like it's still the way that you want to live your life now. Yeah. And then there's also that I remember one of the players also said, okay, I want to be pro player until this age. Not anymore, but if I cannot make it, I will listen to my parents. I will go for the study. Okay, do you. Because at the end of the day, I always see like but it's important. I'm here also because of my mother punya doa and also punya blessing. To me, the children also need to ask for your level because at the end of the day, like we want to be success, but we also need your blessing.
So basically ada satu this is one streamer nama dia Danny Hood. So Danny Hood ni he's the owner of Team Homeboys. So dia start dekat dalam industri ni before dia masuk dalam industri dia memang buat like F&B dia business, and then after that dia masuk ke dalam this industry. He become like a streamer, and then dia kumpulkan like all these big streamers bawa masuk dekat dalam bawah business dia. So mula-mula dia orang start ni dengan main dekat dalam MPL Malaysia, they call themselves as Team Boss 2, and then after that, you know, everyone keluar daripada situ. So their business starts to thrive. So daripada esports gaming, so because delivery has a business intellectual. So apa yang dia buat is that after that, he started to venture to outside of esports. Dia buat merchandising, dia buat his own kedai makan dekat DJ, like a Homeboys Big Stop. So maybe like if one of the ways that you can potentially look at gaming and esports as a stepping stone for your kid. Tengok, this is where orang boleh crash, orang boleh learn banyak daripada mistakes orang so that they can prep themselves untuk orang punya future. Yeah, so I think that is one of the ways that you can look into gaming esports. Maybe yes, I do agree with you. Maybe esports memang bukan untuk you retire, pekerjaan untuk you retire, but maybe look at this as a tempat untuk you nak belajar sesuatu, face the reality, face the real world before you move into other adventures and businesses. I just want to give you some other example juga. Macam Mara cakap, the best thing about esports gaming sekarang ni, if you masuk dekat dalam esports gaming sekarang ni pun, you are still the pioneer. Because esports game, walaupun dia dah 5-6 tahun sebelum ni, it is still relatively very new. A lot of brands baru je nak masuk dekat dalam esports gaming. So sekarang ni je baru nampak McDonald's, Nescafe, Hotlink dan brand-brand macam baru je dia nak masuk dekat esports gaming. So bila diorang ni baru nak masuk dekat esports gaming ni, this industry baru je nak mantap. So it's okay for you to come into this industry, for you to experience. If you succeed, alhamdulillah. If you fail, you learn from this, then you can continue from doing other stuff in other industry. Yeah, so that's my point of view.
Yeah, because it doesn't mean that if you fail in esports industry, you cannot go to another industry. Because me, myself, from my own experience, like I said, like, I have to keep and take with their parents. As a son myself, I want to engage in esports. I told my mom, yeah, probably, no, you can't. So, and I know it the hard way. I cannot really play competitive way. So I did an initiative. I became a caster. I became a commentator. I auditioned. I auditioned in secret. And then I ended up, being I got into the final cut, even though I didn't go live, but at least to show my mom I can become a caster. So she invested money to get me a PC and set up so I can take on jobs. Yeah, slowly from there. Yeah, sure.
But not to convince you, but this is just my personal mission or ambition because I do believe the great thing. But since I'm also from the communication background, But the idea from my side, that's why I joined media, is really to put a narrative yang boleh mendengarkan ubah pula. But I'm not gonna promise it's gonna be happen like next week or next week. It's gonna be like maybe 5 weeks. So and alhamdulillah, like I'm gonna meet my investor next week. So I just want to share with you, this is my mission because I also want to see people playing in the action because that's very tarnish our industry also. But one of my mission is actually untuk meningkatkan pada bahawa di luar sana, it's okay for your son or your child or your daughter to join sports as long as they know what they're doing, as long as they also respect you and giving you to be.
I hope that during this your question, okay, I think we can go for one more question. Yeah, we have a little bit more time to go for one more question. Sure. Yeah, sure.
If you play Mobile Legends, you ask for the next.
Hi, Assalamualaikum. My name is Hamzah Hassan. I am from IPRSD, language. So I can see myself as a frequent viewer in sports and also esports. I watch a lot of games such as TI from Dota for Dota and also general EPL games and like Bundesliga. So for me personally, what I see in Malaysia, for example, the football league in Malaysia lacks a lot. It's kind of different how it used to be. And for me personally, I think MPL is something much more bigger than the Malaysian football league itself today. Because it managed to capture a lot of hearts from the younger generation. So my question is, will the gaming, will MPL be implementing other rules to put international players from other countries to play? I mean, will it kill the whole league itself, or it will be a good step for us? That's all.
Oh, wow, what a very good question. Okay, so I think this is a concern for everyone juga. Memang you nampak banyak international players very keen into Malaysia right now. But there's a limit actually. Setiap kali kalau dia orang main dekat dalam satu padang, dalam satu game, dua orang hanya import dan the other three is like a local player lah. So I think this is untuk kita nak growkan our own esports ecosystem, yang first and the most important thing is kita belajar daripada negara luar, apa yang diorang bawa. Kita boleh nampak apa yang Indonesian Giants buat. By the way, Indonesian is Selangor FC, they are also part of Malaysia. Kita boleh nampak apa Indonesian Giants buat bila dia bawa all their important players masuk dekat dalam punya team. You can see that how they are shining above and beyond. As simple as homeboys, when homeboys before this, before Barbosa, masuk dekat dalam team diorang, then you can see right, macam mana diorang dapat grow kan diorang punya sports team. So I think we need to look at this as a whole ecosystem perspective, not just based on like the level perspective. What is it doing for our whole ecosystem? If it brings more competitiveness to our ecosystem, then I think that is a good thing. But at the same time, we need to ensure that have like a development program that is manufactured to ensure that we continuously find grassroots talents. So we are looking up something right now internally. We hope to be announcing it really soon about it, but it's still to be announced. But that is something that we are looking into, not just growing the professional landscape of sports, but also expanding the grassroots level.
Okay, and just one minute. Malaysian people like to learn the hard way. Like if you take something from them, they'll say, hey, that's ours. So when there's a resistance from the import player, don't keep them like super uncomfortable situation. So when I say they're not learning that way, then we didn't have to make shit. So they will like improve a lot because they want that spotlight. Because to be honest with you, the reality is not something bad things, it's just the reality is something that can be improved on. Our player have a lot of insecurities and I just go up. But this is not a problem of blending them. It's just like something that we can educate them with something, which is introducing import players for you to learn from them. And our first problem right now is the structure of coaching style. We don't know how to do it. What is the best or the ideal thing to put? This is the thing that we can only learn from Indonesia and also the pizza. That's why we bring like you do like sports club. Spend a lot, like 400K early season to import coach from the Philippines and also player recently gets internationals from the Philippines, one of the biggest organization in the world. So to me, with this situation, it does bring a lot of benefits to our player.
And thank you so much for the answer and explanations. I hope everyone here had a great time and managed to extract something from what has been done from the input that we have given from this forum. And we are also running out of time. I think we're going to end the session from here and we're going to give the
Thank you, Mr. Ray Hasril. Wow, that was amazing. Now I know a lot more about your sports, right?
Yes, that was fun.
When you play what? Fundraising. Okay. All right. So I hope everyone can take note and apply for the future ahead. If you guys have more questions, you can ask the speakers during our networking session.
Mr. VP and Ms. Marnella, your insights and experiences have been truly enlightening. We cannot thank you enough for taking the time to be part of it. The team makes our understanding of the sport industry, and we are immensely grateful.
Okay, so before we move to the next event, let us invite the Dean of Faculty of Communication and Media, Professor Mania Dr. Warsi Abdurrahman, ushered by Dr. Wadrubani Walordi, to give the appreciation to our speakers. We would like to call Ms. Maria Ahmad to receive the gift. Now we will call upon Mr. Fikri Rizal. And now we would like to give an appreciation token to Professor Mania Dr. Amrosi Abdurrahman, given by Dr. Wadrubani Walordi.
May this year bring endless connections between us and hand. Absolutely. And don't forget, conversation as the hand doesn't have to end here. Feel free to connect with each other during the breaks. Continue the dialogue on our social media, ISAPS and IPRC, and keep supporting the esports community. Please join me in giving a round of applause to show our deep appreciation for our remarkable speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the much anticipated next session of our esports talk event.
So
the questions asked will be about ISAPS. So get ready with the internet, okay? So let's get started. If you know the answer, raise your hand up and our team will assist.
are you guys ready? I can't hear you.
All right, so the first question is, when was ISAPS established?
The guy in the spectacle.
Are you sure about that?
I believe that is 1973. Are you sure? 100%.
Okay, correct.
Alright, so moving on to the second question. So what was the first name of ISEPs? The girl in the stripes, the girl in the stripes, she was the first one.
Kerajaan luar negara.
Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Unfortunately, you're correct.
Okay, ready everyone? The third question. When was ISEP's name established? Okay, put up your hand.
One more time, one more time.
I'll go 1, 2, 3, okay? 1, 2, 3. Nampak. Baju hijau, okay, baju hijau. 2019? 2019, really? Yeah. Okay, correct. Ini tempat sebelah kat sini ada juga tau. Okay, tengok sebelah sini tau.
Alright, for your information, so all the other participants, you guys can go ahead to the ISAP website and to get information for ISAPs, right? Alright. Okay. Are you guys ready? Alright. This is the fourth question. What is the long form of ISAPs? Because just now I got this name wrong also. So please correct me.
Okay, spesifik.
Ada tak?
Ya, ini
Transfer this in use.
Institute of Continuing Educational and Professional Studies. Institute of Continuing Studies. Continuing Education and Professional Studies. Sure? Yes.
Alright, let's give a chance to the people right on the right side.
But Normie, I think we are running out of time now. So sorry, guys. We have the next session, so get ready, okay?
Don't worry, we have the next session also, so you can read the next tumbler in the afternoon session.
Okay, thank you everyone. Now you guys can have your lunch.
Students kindly stand up and follow our phone manager to receive lunch and take a break until 3 p.m. We will begin our next session at 3 p.m. Thank you.
The IPRMSA High Council, High Council, IPRMSA, guys can stay here and have your lunch inside this alongside with IPRMSA.
Logistic, please assist the students.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, students. Yeah. Yeah, welcome. You have this.
All right, students, please have a seat and eat your lunch because we're going to start our networking sessions. So, time. All right, students, please have some makan. The food here is so delicious.
Okay, so Norby, in our networking session, what will we do?
All right. So during our
Ya, itu sekarang lebih ya. Pakai apa gitu.
As hello guys, it's me, Harvey, with my co-host.
Nisa.
Alright, so now this is called networking session. It's not my problem. Alright, so welcome to our networking session. This is like a chill vibe. So we'll go table to table and ask you a few questions, right? I think I'm gonna start with this table. Hello. May I know where you guys from?
Where you guys from? So far, gerak pukul berapa pagi tadi? Semalam. Daripada semalam, so tidur kat sini.
Kawan. Kawan ni.
Janganlah tanya kawanku. Dah tahu dia nak.
Actually 13 dekat Aeon. Ada pergi Aeon tak semalam? Alright.
Okay, can I ask one question? Sepanjang, you guys week berapa ni? Week 10. Okay, sepanjang week 10 ni, untuk IPRMC berapa event yang korang dah buat dan apa event yang korang buat? The president, okay, the brass. Okay, so far, for the semester, we all have around 6 programs. 6 program. So nanti bulan 8 we all akan organize itu program interaksi conference which is RTI. So boleh datang tak?
Is it open to everyone?
Ya, so nanti we all akan hantar invitation and proposal soal. So you all boleh and August 26 until 20.
Alright guys, so you akan ada satu event on the 26th until 20 of August.
So kita akan ke Tokyo, bahkan ke Najmi tadi. Alright, can we move to IPRMC in London? Okay, IPRMC, your IPM Melaka. So chapter, yeah, so sorry.
Tanya Alif. Okay, I'm not tanya you. What's the most interesting thing that you've learned this year?
I learned that I was born to become a singer in one example. And other than that, I learned that I'm bad at statistics, I think. And it was so hard, statistics.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, can you just discuss a little bit from what you learned? We can chat your first senior. Now kita di kelas kali ini kita ingin lagu dari ini pagi-pagi ketidur dan pengorbanan mencapai
That was Shane Daniel.
yeah. So if we can watch examples, you still have like A+. I mean, alright. Okay, let's move on. Let's on to the next level.
Can we interview our advisor for I can see right there. Okay, so what I look at her and you go. Oh, so can I juga out good name nila?
Miss Evan po yung committee as skill.
And thank you so much for coming to our event today. I hope you guys have had a good time and wonderful sharing session along with our alumni. We identify our organizations department. And Miss Maria, this is our alumni from the journalism department. So if any of you are interested in branching esports in the hall, this is the time for you to connect. Okay. In attendance, we also have our public relations lecturers. Okay. We also have consultants here. Okay. The group is the one who have done it all in public relations. So make the best out of your time today. And we also have our friends from A. Anugata. We also have from UMC College. Dr. Wabon, Miss Joe, and Miss Mira. Thank you so much for coming today. All right, so I will pass back the line to Norby. Sorry, I'm not going to sing because thank you so much, Miss Devi. All right.
Ya, ada soalan untuk Miss Maria. Saya dengar dari Aisyah yang Miss Maria itu kan aktiviti betul ke? Dan saya nak dengar experience Miss Maria tadi. Betul.
I think I president just after the society. Yeah. That you want to know. Oh, okay. I think I heard about that. I think dia mana lecturer. Ada satu sekali tu ada bagi ini assignment nak, tapi dia buat tulis tak? Ada buat tulis, saya risau. I tak sure sebab apa dia marah, tapi at the end of the assignment, I go all out sebab the assignment tu tak minutes. So I go to Bahar important and so on. And then suddenly the lecturer tu set out and come out. Yeah, macam tu lah experience yang I don't sorry that you know
Anything that happened in the job, benda-benda yang buat dari job.
Benda-benda I don't know. Saya ni banyak tak juga. Saya memang juga saya kena kelas. Tidak saya. Ya, kenapa ya? I think that's all.
Thank you so much.
Hi everyone. So it's me again. It's me. This is our Razin, and just a little bit of shout out to our semester 4 student and aspiring is being shout out to Razin. And what's your Instagram? Is top notch. So can you give us a few lines of your golden voice? Technology is very high, but at this moment, a volume.
Okay, nervous. Okay. Okay, ini lagu tulus lah. Tapi tak ada backing track lah, so terima je lah.
Tapi kalau nak berbicara,
Boleh?
Dia engkau memberitahu yang seperti nanti membawa sejuk memanjat rasa yang selalu tunggu dia dan aku bersamanya jalan kita bersamaku jadi tempat hidup berdua kita yang hidup di kau diriku milikmu kita sampai menuju bersama
Thank you. You're gonna win. Satu lagi. Apa siapa? You know best part? Best part jadi sisa. Best part. Ada masuk aja. Ada jadi dengan karaoke lah pula. Base bukan di rumah kau, di sekolah.
Okay, so I think first again.
Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm Mickey from INTE International University. From INTE, yeah. Hi. Okay, really, we're gonna wait for the instrument.
Abang tu nak masukkan instrumental kat speaker.
What's going there? Lagi termasuk dengan ekspor kontainer di belakang.
Sama tahun lalu ini boleh lebih sama.
Bye, Miss Man. Terima kasih. Oke, sebelum proses seterusnya, tiga dan kadang
So that is a Nanti jangan bawa mereka. Thank you. Terima kasih. Saya jangan sampai saya sorry video-video saya menasyidkan itu dulu.
Okay, I will take this opportunity to follow more. Okay, so everyone, I will take this opportunity to say thanks to our guests. How we went today? How we went? I enjoyed when we did. We will invite Mr. Thank you so much for coming. I hope this discussion will be a benefit to all. We will speak with contact number. We we are supporting and I will say all of these new experience, all of them, thank you for welcoming us. We are so honest to be here. And we hope that our connections, as I say, universal chapters still be strong. Inshallah. Thank you so much. That's it. Are you enjoying? I enjoyed so and sorry. Thank you for yes, all event. Hello, hi. I know you guys must be bored because I see what you said. Oh, sorry for interrupting like the team. Hi, I'm Mira, President of IPR and XP. You understand apa kita? Kami akan support kami
Siapa nak lawan dia? Freestyle, ini kan sikit, thank you.
Agora retira. Oh, agora que achei isso. Yeah, sure. adapter لك adapter هرسي انا هرسي انا هم ادابتر شيء هو بس زبده نويز ولا اول شيء بيت بنا باباش شو واني شفته يك تخسر كاونتي تيجي كمان بعد هنا محمد كوا هو بتقول لايف خوشتان يعني لا كاونتي تيجي خوشتان هم اللي كاتو زانه كتو بله هو لايف فيسبوك لكن لا كاميرا او انا قاعد شاشه adapter كان بيلواتي شكون زور دوري شغل
Please take your seat.
اجولات زوزو يتو نامنه
Second session.
Hello everyone, please take your seat. We'll be starting.
Boleh penuhkan silakan.
مش نكتو
On the last one, guys, what's clear, right?
يسميش بيس اوفكا ام لابتوب باب هي اجابه غير شلون موبايلك وين كاستي ونيا ابي لابتوب شلون تشتي كم زين هي اوفكا زون او شيء ما نعيش وشتي هلا والله كاين مش ديالو كونيكت كونيكت يجبوا عفوا هنا كاين بيته استاذ جا كودا كاين بيته الزيما كاين لك هو ناوا كاين بري كونيكت
Siapa yang ada dekat sebelah kanan ni boleh penuhkan hadapan dulu. Senang je.
Kita bincang ini projek lah.
Sorry.
Pindah-pindah saja ke depan.
Pasti, pasti akan buat.
Ada je. Allah. Kita apa?
موبايل كم موبايلي اخر هنا تشتياب هذا نسي ماركت ويندوز تشتياب
هو موبايل هو مش اليوميا هو موبايل هذا وتويتي هذا ايباد يبقى
هو ويندوز نينجا شياب
Alia and Shana, can you come to front, please?
At least kita nampak satu fight depan kita.
Betul.
Okay, guys.
Alia and Shana.
Komiti pun ada duduk selesai.
Hello. Okay. Indeed, anything to decide. Thank you so much. All the committees, we try to make up the first. About the carry the currency. We're going to have international speaker, Mr. Justin Reed, the president of Global Alliance. It is an international association for PR and communication management.
أميك أما ثابتك أبي كانت وين ركيت المنصة منصة أما نزني أبي إيه كان هو ناسي
Anterior rotation.
Alright.
Is you do off? Sorry. Hi, Prof. Wow, all the way from UK.
Hi, Dr. Wan. How are you?
Semua Paris you kena cakap kuat-kuat biar Prof dengar. I'm okay. We will start at 3:30 ya, Prof. Sekejap lagi kita prom.
Don't count my age. I graduated in 2002. Yeah.
This screen at the front.
Justin.
He prepares to deliver his opening speech live from London, United Kingdom. Grateful for his
I hear that you're in Spain.
Thank you, and without further delay.
There's nothing ready.
Professor. Professor Ibn Yahya, you may start now.
Of InFECT, all the way from London, United Kingdom. Please welcome
They're calling me.
Mm.
Communicate with Dr. Wan.
Yeah, Prof. I think there's some technicality that they are.
Okay, all right. I'll be here.
Yeah,
Waiting.
just hang on a sec, yeah.
Sure, no problem.
Actually, they announced it already, but then we didn't hear it, so they're going to do it again. Okay, Prof?
Without further ado, we would like to welcome Dr. Professor Dr. Azizul Halim Yahya, the Chief Executive Officer of ISAPS, all the way from London, United Kingdom. Please welcome.
Thank you to the MCs, the Honorables, Director Generals of the Ministry of Education, Iraq, Assistant Professor, Dr. Muhammad Hussein Ahmed, President of QIU, Dr. Ismail Abdul Rahman, Dr. Wan Norbani binti Wan Nordin, Director, Transnational Education Department, ISEPS, Ms. Devi Sri Bayu, Advisor of IPRM SA, UITM Chapter, FKPMs, all IPRM's Council's members, respected speakers, Mr. Justin Green, President and CEO of Global Alliance for Public Relations and Communications Management, Dr. Siti Azma Yusof, Faculty of Pharmacy, UITM, Dr. Andrian Hussein, Faculty of Dentistry, UITMs, Dr. Wan Zalkhatul Aida Ishak, and Mr. Ako Abu Bakar, representative from Kaiwan International University, QIU, student of IPRM SA from Shalom, Melaka, UUM, and Inti University, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm happy to be here virtually with all the distinguished guests and participants in this international forum on education, culture, and technology, or we call it InFECT. I wish I could be there physically, but due to my work engagement, I have to be here in UK today. This forum has proven another milestone for ISAP, where it celebrates knowledge, exchange, and activities focusing on technology in education. This forum is unique because it has collaboration from international university, student associations, industry partners, and faculties from different specializations. I feel blessed and that this has been possible with also conjunctions with our Golden Jubilee celebrations, where we celebrate our 50th anniversary this year. I want to congratulate the Transnational Education Department, TNE, ISAP, as the initiators and organizer of this forum, with the first-time collaborations from our first franchisee, Kaiwan International University, Kurdistan, Iraq. This also proves that the bond we created with our partner is the best opportunity to create significant events such as these transcends borders. Not forgetting the support we are getting from Global Alliance, our other international partners, plus our local partner, which are IPRMs, IPRM SA, UITM Chapter, the Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, Faculty of Pharmacy, Faculty of Dentistry, and all of them who are willing to give us support whenever we need it. This forum is the best example. I'm so excited to be here and looking at the audiences who come from various backgrounds and educations. Firstly, let me share with you the story of ISEPS from its foundation to its 50 years golden anniversary this year. Ladies and gentlemen, Institute of Continuing Education and Professional Study started in the year 1973, catering for part-timer and off-campus students. In 2019, it was rebranded as ISEPS. ISEP is a special business unit and a marketing arm for UiTMs, focusing on income generation activities, mainly focusing on EPJJ programs. With the rebranding, the product repertoire have expanded to our very own degree program. For example, BGS, making ISEP as an academics entity, the TNE departments, our international business arm, expansion of our short courses offerings, our very own leadership center, and a business development unit focusing on getting more businesses. We also have our very own IT divisions where all the magic happens. I mean, this is where we create new advancement in technology, focusing on education, delivery, contents, and data management. This is on top of the existing key products of ISEP, which are the distant learning program and our special project where we work with the government and the agency in transforming Malaysian and their quality of life. Over the years, the internal administration of this institute has been restructured and updated to be aligned with the growth of technology and knowledge systems, also with the needs of recent educational transformations. We are now have more than 12 departments, unit and division combined, which are the backbone of ISEPS as it moves forward to achieve more milestones. With our current tagline, Visions of Life, we are ensuring that students are able to have more access and opportunities to consume knowledge and acquire skill whenever they need it at any point in their life. Ladies and gentlemen, InFECT is our very first forum focusing on education, culture, and the aim students generally, we are tackling current topic in the said specializations. In fact, the topic of education, culture, and technology is currently trending as the booming of social media use with our younger generation, especially the Gen Z, and the development in education technology and platform. So, the question is, does this generation benefited from technology in their education? I would say yes. And in fact, all generations benefit from technological advancement in the education system. The library during my time was used differently as compared to the digital library nowadays, thousands where millions of books can be accessed without physically attending the library. Research database, which one will classify, can now be viewed on website for students to acquire content. Flexible education can be run without having to physically attending any classes, where education in the sense can be consumed from everywhere, anywhere, anytime, all at once. All you need is connected devices, like what I'm doing now. The usage of the digital classroom peaked at its highest during our recent pandemic, and now that new education approach has become a norm. Students and lecturers alike prefer the flexibility it poses. The new norms has also been enhanced by technology on, for example, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, and virtual assistant, which all provided support to both student and educator in gaining, sharing information at full capacity. At ISEPS, UiTM, we promote and champion this technological enhancement in ensuring our students to consume information and participate better in their virtual courses. Education and technologies are integrated within each other, and they transform the atmosphere of teaching and learning in this era. Technology in education has increased flexibilities and personalized learning that build essential 21st century skills needed to enable to collaborate and also access with a wide range of resources. Technology tool not only will make the class more lively, but also can create more inclusive learning environment that foster inclusiveness. Technology tools such as data warehousing can also make the transfer technology be more specific, as it can provide learning analytics which can help create a more targeted and focused learning process. Ladies and gentlemen, to congratulate all the team that have worked hard in making these forums a reality. It is indeed an international celebration for ISEP Golden Jubilee, having all of you present today physically and virtually. I do hope we will be able to meet and cultivate exchanges such as today more in the future. Perhaps regular InFECT for TNE ISEP. I will let Dr. Wan to decide on this. Lastly, please make full use of this wonderful forum. Please participate to the fullest and enjoy yourself. With that note, thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The benefits of culture and the impact on country branding, which will be conducted by Mr. Justin Green, the President and CEO of Global Alliance for Public Relations and Communication Management. Please welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Well, good morning here from at least. I'm in Madrid at the moment. So I'm delighted to join you all this morning. I have a wonderful role and I have a wonderful day job in that my responsibility is the promotion of culture events across entertainment. And that can be anything from live music, from dealing with the likes of Taylor Swift to Beyonce to Westlife to any artist that's very popular at the moment. Also, I have dealt with national and international visits to the country by everyone from American presidents from Clinton to Biden to also the visit of Queen Elizabeth, and also visits by George Bush. I've also been involved in the Special Olympics, in organizing them. So I have quite an extensive insight into running campaigns, be it communications and marketing campaigns, and developing strategies for these events. So this morning I'm going to try to give you an overview or a perspective from my own in terms of the benefits that it actually provides to a country, and also in terms of development of technology and how technology has influenced it. Also, what's most important is that there is a saying in economics, and it's also a saying in PR as well, because public relations and communications, we all have to justify what we actually do. And there is a saying in economics that if it is not measurable, then it does not exist. If it is not measurable, then it does not exist. Because economics need numbers and a result and data. And industries without data just get ignored. So recently, a number of years ago, I compiled the first ever international audit on cultural and economics and the impact of economics that they have on actual countries. And in particular, I focused on the country where I'm from, which was Ireland. And from that, we were able to establish that entertainment, live entertainment coming to the country, including events, exhibitions, concerts, theatre and comedy events. It did not include sporting events. But what it did show was that we created, as a direct result of cultural events in the country, that we created nearly 4 million bed nights. So we created 4 million bed nights across a year within one calendar year within the country. And that was the first time it was ever able to be audited. The actual sector within Ireland, and in Ireland, we only have a population of approximately 5 million people in total. So you can see it's quite a small country. But what we were able to establish was that there was 35,000 people employed in live entertainment. And that actually generated 2.7 billion euros worth of revenue into the economy. So there was a huge impact on the economy as a result. And we were able to the first time to capture that. So what it meant was during the whole time of COVID, every professional and every person involved in live entertainment, cultural events, were able to turn to this data that had been created and were able to use it in support of any of their public affairs lobbying that they undertook. And what we also established was, and it's reflective right around the world, that there are more people involved in entertainment industry. So that would be across music, comedy, theater, and exhibitions. And there's more people directly involved in them than actually work in Google, Apple, Yahoo, Twitter, or Meta. So there are more people employed within the entertainment industry than there are in these big tech companies. And that was very important for us because it gave us a great strength in terms of lobbying and being able to utilize those results. We also, for the first time ever, and it was probably the first time in the world it ever actually happened, was that we actually measured the amount of spend and revenue generated as a direct result from cultural events. And rather than just auditing on a mechanism or basically the methodology of applying a unit figure to a particular event, what we actually did was we were able to globalize and look at all the actual events that took place. And we were able to actually establish across it for a ticket. So for an event, rather than applying it to an individual concert or an event or an exhibition, we actually took the whole category of ticket sales. And what we were able to do is establish is that for every €1, which we obviously use across Europe, that for every €1 spent on a ticket generates 6.06 euro into the economy. So it doesn't matter about inflation or deflation, or it doesn't matter about whether ticket prices go up or down. By establishing an actual unit cost against the euro, €1 spent on a ticket, it gave us this figure of 6.06 euro generated. So that meant that if you spent €10, you'd multiply it by 6.06 and vice versa and onwards. But I was looking at some of the events that have major events that have happened around the world recently. And what I'm going to do is actually tell you and give you an insight to the economic benefits of some of those events. So I'll start off with the actual Olympics when they were held in London. And the London Olympics, to give you an idea, generated 9.9 billion boost in trade between the years of the Olympics actually taking place. The UK, Britain attracted 40 million visitors by 2020 following the games and generated 9 billion in foreign exchange earnings, creating over 250,000 additional jobs. Now, this was there was also a huge international increase for British goods with it around the world. And there was a long time impression because the games were very successful of Britain. So if you actually look at, what is country branding, there are three key factors in country branding that actually go along, and they are more from a PR communications end for country branding. And they give the country a great feel-good factor is number one. Number two would be a catalyst for driving business and export growth. And also number 3 would be exposure of a tourist destination. So if you think of the big things like why did Qatar do the World Cup? Why do they want to bring it to Qatar? Because they wanted to change the image of the country that was held. So now I'm going to go from the UK right across to Latin America in Brazil. When Brazil actually held the World Cup, they actually created 9.9 billion boost in trade. You know, they actually brought in 3.5 million people attended the matches, and 14 million jobs were created over 40 years following the Brazilian World Cup. The next event I'm going to go to is rugby, when the Rugby World Cup was held, and that generated in the UK, that generated 2.2 billion in output into British economy, and it supported over 45,000 jobs. The last example I'm going to give you is the Pope. The Pope's visit, Pope Francis and Barack Obama, when the Pope visited Philadelphia in 2015. And what it actually generated was that there was a 418 million increase in economic activity during that event. And they had 100% hotel occupancy. And that supported over 100,000 jobs. Now, that's just an insight into 4 events. And as I said, there's a huge country good feel factor. It's a catalyst for driving business and export growth. And it's also exposure as a tourist destination. Now, we want to talk about technology. And when technology comes around, everything changes, as the professor was saying earlier on. One of the biggest changes, and which you'll see shortly, in entertainment is ticketing. Ticketing, you would normally go purchase your ticket and it would be sent to you through a ticket agent. But now what's actually happened, as for example with Taylor Swift, I presume you all know who Taylor Swift is. So Taylor Swift has actually just launched another 50 dates across Europe for her tour. And effectively, everyone doesn't actually buy them through the normal online ticket sale. What they have to do is go online and register at taylorswift.com. And when you actually go and do that, you will register and you will join hundreds of thousands of people who are also registering. So technology has come a long way whereby she can actually sell the tickets directly. Now, although she would use the backup and the maintenance of worldwide ticket seller Ticketmaster, it's actually all processed through her site. So what it means is that artists like Taylor Swift have a direct connection to fans. And not only have they combined that with, you know, the social media that they currently use, or TikTok or whatever, Instagram, whatever platforms they're using, when it comes to their ticketing of concerts, you now actually go on and you actually go onto her site. So as a result of that, there is huge data capture. They are capturing the data. And if we go back to my original point, if it is not measurable, then it doesn't exist. And economists need numbers and results, because they feel that without data, you just get ignored. So by effectively creating the data that I have done on the work through the economic impact of events, we've captured a lot of data by using the data from all around the world from different events. And then you have artists who are actually capturing all the data. You now have a solid bed of data that you can actually work from, and you can actually show the impact and the huge impact of events and cultural right across society. So I think that's kind of an overview from, you know, a technology and economics point. So what I'd like to do, if it's okay, is to go back over to UITM and maybe take some questions, if there's any questions, and if I can answer them, if the technology is okay with you guys.
So the MC, can you, open for questions?
Yes, Mr. Justin Green for the wonderful insight. Now we open the floor to ask any questions or any sharing from participants in the Zoom.
Do anybody has any questions? Yes, please come forward and our team will assist you. Hello.
Please speak slowly so that we all, all of us online can hear you.
Hello. Hi. I just want to ask, how can countries use their music, art, and history to make themselves more attractive and unique?
Can you repeat that question, please? Justin, did you get that? No. Slowly, my dear.
Okay, sorry. How can countries use their music, art, food, and history to make themselves more attractive and unique?
So, okay, how can a country make their museum, art, food, and history to make themselves more attractive? Yeah, something like that.
I'll try and answer that. And firstly, thank you very much for being the first person to ask the question. Alasumu ala ikum. So effectively, what I want to say to you is that every country is unique. And every country can bring what they have, uniqueness that they can have to the front. And I think what it is being able to support that uniqueness and looking for your own cultural aspects and ways of being innovative in order to bring forward a proposal. Like I come from a small country that I said in Ireland, with approximately 5 million people, but yet, Ireland is probably extremely well known as an entertainment. Like we would have produced, artists around the world, like from everything from Riverdance. I don't know whether you ever heard of Riverdance. We would also, the biggest rock band in the world, U2, came from Dublin. We would also have a huge attraction in our culture, our universities. We have a rich culture. Ireland was one of the, I suppose, the only countries in Europe not to be invaded in the world wars. So we still have a lot of historic cultural sites. And I think we have, there's also people like in sporting, Rory McIlroy is Irish from the golfing, a guy called Conor McGregor, who is also a kickboxer, he's Irish. So I think, Ireland has had, like Niall Horan from One Direction, who's on his own, he's Irish, Westlife, Boyzone. So all these people are all ambassadors. And whether they know it or not, they're traveling the world and they're always promoting your country. And I mean, you've had BTS, who you would be familiar with BTS, and look what they have done for their country and where they're from, because there's a lot of people around the world wouldn't have known where South Korea was only for BTS. And it just shows you how an artist or a cultural event, like if you think of Tutankhamun, the actual treasures of Tutankhamun and what they have done around the world for the actual country of the Egyptian and Egypt. So every country has a story to tell. It's only about finding that story, being proactive and putting together a strategy to actually attract world events. And Malaysia is ideally placed because it's the center, according to I know some people from Malaysia, and they would say that Malaysia is the center of the universe, never mind the world, because they have everything going for themselves. And I mean, it's a fabulous country and it's ideally positioned with access, good flights, the infrastructure is very good, so it has the attraction. And you do have very good events there, like the film festivals, the cultural festivals that you have. So what you do is you just build on them. And, you know, one thing that I always notice is you have, if you watch, anyone who watches a lot of sport or football, you know, you'll always see the ads for, you know, visit Malaysia or Malaysia, and there's always been pushed, and they're, you know, obviously they're having an impact, if I can recall them. And, you know, I think a lot of people would see them and becomes a destination for tour, whether it's a music destination or a tourist destination, it's a cultural destination. So I suppose it's about finding the unique point and finding the economics to go with it and to justify it. So I hope that answers the question. I think we have time for another couple of questions, do we?
Yeah, there's a question from YouTube because we're actually projecting this live on YouTube. So there's a question. I'm wearing a couple of hats right now. So one of it is actually the host. So may I know, how can countries involve their people and partners in the process of creating and sharing their brand?
Sorry, could you repeat that again?
Okay, the question goes, may I know, how can countries involve their people and partners in the process of creating and sharing their brand?
Well, I think the brand, whether it's a country brand or whether they're partners and they're a commercial partner or a brand, you know, the globalization, many brands are globalized around the world. So I think there's a huge opportunities. What you tend to have is on large events, you tend to have global partners, or whether they're commercial partners, and brands that are globalized around the world. And the simple reason for that is, if it's an international event, well then, you know, it makes more sense for a global brand to be a part of it, which is what you would have seen in the you know, or what you see in the World Cup in Qatar, or, you know, the upcoming World Cup, the Rugby World Cup in France, or major events. And also, it's not just, you know, if you look at the Oscars, or you look at, you know, any of the major music events or entertainment events, I mean, you know, they have to justify it on the economics and the return of it. So it has to be favorable. So I suppose what it is the best product and the best brand that suits the product. And it just goes back to, you know, the communications of sponsorship. It goes back to the values of sponsorship. It goes back to your ethics. It goes back to your brand value and what that ethical brand says. You know, some sponsors have got it totally wrong, where they've, you know, put a brand, just assumed that it's a great opportunity only for the local culture of where, you know, it was being exposed in a country where the local cultural differences, the product meant actually something completely different, but they didn't go into that detail, and they should have. So what it meant was that when their brand in, say, 20 countries, you know, came across and it was excellent, in the other 3 or 4 countries that they didn't look at, what their product name meant something totally different. And it probably got more coverage for what it didn't mean than for what it did mean in the other 20 countries combined. So it can go work against you. So due diligence, know your stuff, right brand, right product, right endorsement, the ethics of it, know the ethics of what's going on, so that you're not, you know, caught into third-party issues. You know, look at the brand, look at who's behind the brand, look at what's going on. And I mean, you would have seen a lot of that in the Qatar World Cup, in the run up to it, whether or not it was right for some countries to go, whether they felt it was right or wrong. And there are issues like that, but that's up to each individual country to manage. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Justin. I think there's a couple more questions from the floor, so the MC can take over.
Come on, you ITM, more questions.
Yes.
You may stand up. You can look at
If you have any questions for Mr. Justin Green, please don't hesitate. Yes, we got one more over there.
Good day to everyone here today. I have a question. How can countries work together with their famous companies to create a good image for themselves and their product? Thank you.
Can you repeat that slowly, my dear? Because I don't think we hear it clearly.
Sure. How can countries work together with their famous companies to create a good image for themselves and their products?
I think I got most of that. I think it's a case of how can countries work together to create a good image for
with PR agencies. How can countries work together with PR agencies to create good image and for themselves?
Well, being a PR person, I would say everyone should work with PR agencies, not just countries. That should be every product, every organization. Everyone should use communications. I suppose the best way to do is to know the actual PR agency, and how you work best with them is for them to really know you and understand what your requirements are. You know, and that's no different from hiring any other consultant in any particular field. So all those principles are all the same if you were to, you know, hire an accountant or hire an advisor across anywhere. It's the same for public relations. You know, they have to understand what your product is, what your ethics are, what's behind, you know, what you consider to be beneficial, and what the objectives are. And sometimes you have PR companies will not be able to match them, or maybe the expectations are too high and the PR company is not the PR company for you. But that's only a matter of going down through what it would be for any other, as I said, profession. In relation to working together with other organizations and countries, a lot of actual countries join together to promote their country. So a lot of, like, currently have a number of countries are pitching for the European Football World Cup, and it's Ireland, England. So Ireland has come together with England and Northern Ireland and Wales and Scotland, and they're actually putting in a pitch to actually bring the event to be hosted by all those countries. So I mean, they work together, and I mean, the most important thing is that if you're going to have an international event, you need to have your tourist board on, you need to have your government on, you need to have the trade tourism board. They all need to be part of it, and there needs to be engagement at all levels, not just at the end, but from the very start, and there needs to be the will and the want to do it. I know I'm just at time now, so
perhaps
Professor Wong gave out to me if I was going to go over. So I think I'm bang on time now. So is that right? Yes.
Justin, can we get one more question? I think there's one more question from the audience. Yeah, just one more, one final question, or maybe perhaps from KIU. Do you have any question from KIU to Mr. Justin Green?
The other thing is that PR practitioners, we all charge by the minute. So if you have another 400 questions, I'll gladly accept them, and we can be here all day. Okay, so we take the last question then.
Yeah, the last question from the audience. MC, please take over.
Hello, hi. I have a question. How can countries know if their branding efforts are working or not, and what are the benefits of having a good branding? Do you get my question?
You repeat the first half. The second half I heard it, but the first half I didn't.
How can countries know if their
slowly, my darling, slowly.
How can countries know if their branding efforts are working or not?
How can countries know that they are?
If their branding efforts.
If their branding?
Efforts. efforts are working or not?
If your branding are, sorry, I am old. I can't hear very well. Oh, okay. I have it. I have it. Hang on. Somebody wrote it here. How can countries know if their branding effort are worth it or not? Otherwise, sorry. Yes. So how can countries know if their branding effort are worth it or not? And then the second half.
And what are the benefits of having a good branding?
What are the benefits of having good branding?
Okay, well, I think I outlined a lot of the actual answer there earlier on in the presentation. I mean, you just have to go, it's all about measurement, okay? And we all have to justify, just the same way as your university has to justify the numbers in it. It's all down to economics. You need to make it work. If it doesn't work for the university, and it doesn't work for students, well, then it's not worth doing. And it's in the same across any other sector. And as I said, measurement is key, and measurement in communications, branding is key. And you need to know, because if you don't have measurement, it might as well not have existed, because you can't take it forward. So the whole thing of, if it is not measurable, then it does not exist. And I suppose earlier in the presentation between Brazil, the UK, and also the United States there, we gave examples of the impact on world branding and the impact, but not only the impact in terms of economic impact, but also in the number of the profile. And a lot of these events get worldwide coverage, television. And as they said, when the Olympics were coming, it's not a case that you're on the front page of a newspaper or online for a front page for a day. You're actually on the front page, whether it's right across all digital platforms every day for about 2 or 3 weeks while those games are on, and possibly another number of weeks, both either side of the Olympic Games. So what it is, it's not about just the event itself. It's about the build up to the event. It's about having the event or the cultural event or the brand out there, and also following it up. You also had a huge effort is undertaken. Some of the biggest spend by tourist, national or international tourist boards, or country tourist boards, or your local government tourism department, is probably spent after the event. And it's probably spent in the next number of months following the event, because they get so much free exposure during the event all over the world that all they need now is, and there's so much clutter out there with what's actually happening at the time, is they just let the brand actually sit with the people. They benefit from all the actual coverage at the time. And then what they do is strategically come straight in after the event and then pump the actual brand, the highlights, the videos of tourist destinations and the other elements that people may not be familiar with, but they'll certainly remember the name of the country, because they will have that drilled into them numerous times during the actual live event. So I think it's all about, back to economics, is about justifying, and I think that's what you have to capture. And it's the same way that you do during any PR campaign that you're undertaking, or whether you're engaging a PR agency to undertake a project. It's all based on what results, measurable, defined results, can they actually achieve for you. And that necessarily, just to highlight to everyone, is not about how much coverage or how much inches of column it's got. It's not about that. As he's rightly said, it's about the brand and measuring the brand impact and the benefits of country branding. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, so back to you, MC.
Thank you, Mr. Justin Green. That was wonderful. And thank you for the participants. We are glad that you answered all of the questions from all of the participants from us. And we really hope to see you again in the future.
Yeah, well, I'd just like to say that the next time, hopefully I'll be able to come in person, because, I'm stuck in a room, in a hotel room in Madrid. And I tell you, it's very boring, and it looks like a lot of fun there that you're all having on the campus there. And I'd much prefer to be in Malaysia than to be online from Spain. but obviously I won't tell my Spanish colleagues that.
Thank you, Justin. We'll have you over. Okay, come on over. Thank you so much for agreeing to do this. Yeah, thank you. Yes, MC, go ahead.
Now we will be moving on to the next talk, Education in Iraq, by the Honorable Assistant Professor Dr. Mohammed Hussein Ahmed, the Director General, Head of Assistance of Supervision and Quality Assurance, Ministry of Education, Iraq.
I think the last part was missing.
Dr. Mohammed will be joining us live from London, United Kingdom, to shed light on the topic of education in Iraq. Dr. Mohammed is the guest of Taiwan International University. We are grateful of his valuable contribution. Dr. Mohammed Hussein is a highly respected figure in the field of education, with a wealth of expertise and experiences. As the Director General and Head of the Apparatus of Supervision and Quality Assurance, he plays a vital role in shaping the educational landscape in Iraq. Thank you, and without further delay, I invite Dr. Mohammed to deliver his presentation if he is connected with us. I think we have a technical issue with Dr. Mohammed. He's not connected yet.
الو إذا تسمعني؟
يا دكتور اسمعك.
هسه دخلت مو؟
Hi, Dr. Muhammad.
Yes, hello, good morning.
Good morning. Good. Well, we are good afternoon. You're in the UK?
I am.
Awesome. So good
Can
to
you-
see you.
Yes, good afternoon then.
Yeah,
So
we can-
sorry for the technical issues that I have faced this morning in UK.
No, it's all right.
I am actually on a travel in UK and I didn't expect such a technical issue to face in this early morning. I got one working before reaching Cambridge University to run for this meeting to be on time. I was on time here, but I was not on time to join you. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry about that.
It's fine. It's fine. You know, with technology comes some glitches, so we have to be prepared for that. But Alhamdulillah, you get to come in and you are here, virtually. Virtually with us. Okay, so I'll pass back to the MC from QRU.
Yes, yes. Well, thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Hang on, Dr. Muhammad. I think there will be some introduction that
Yes,
will be done. Yeah.
Thank you. We're moving on to the next talk, which is Education in Iraq by Honorable Assistant Professor Dr. Muhammad Hussein Ahmed, the Director General Head of Supervision and Quality Assurance, Ministry of Education Iraq, all the way from London.
Okay, so now your turn.
Thank you. Thank you for this warm welcoming. I highly appreciate it. Actually, I'm very happy to join you this afternoon, your time, and this morning, my time. And also, I think it's the morning time in Kurdistan as well, to be a part of this international forum on education, culture, and technology. As the Minister of Higher Education, we are so pleased and proud of having such collaboration among our universities and the international universities among the Malaysian universities. Today, I think I have been asked to go and talk about a very important topic, a very wide topic, higher education in Iraq, which will be, I think, will be covered not only in a day. Maybe I need to take weeks and months to talk about higher education in Iraq. This is a really wide subject and a very big subject for me. So the best thing I can just go and focus so as I can get use from my time is to go and talk about Kurdistan higher education section within it. I'll give you an introduction about higher education in Iraq as well, but maybe I'll give as an example the higher education section in Kurdistan where we are working on it in the Ministry of Higher Education. Just to keep everyone informed that in Iraq, apart from higher education, the civilization also started from this part of the world. The writing was invented for the first time in Iraq before anybody, any part of the world. So we are proud of having these achievements in the history of Iraq and Kurdistan as a part of it. Coming to higher education, you know that in the past, actually, there were very few higher education institutions in Iraq. There were just very few universities which were counted only by the fingers in the beginning, with only one of them in Kurdistan region, which is considered to be the oldest university, Suleiman University. But now we have over 100 universities and higher education institutions in Iraq, and in Kurdistan region we have more than 50 universities and higher education institutions, which is considered to be a very good number of institutions in the region. But this is again something is changeable because of increasing the number of students every year. There are actually few points I would like to raise this morning with you about higher education sector in Kurdistan region. You know, the history of higher education in Kurdistan region actually is not too old. It started back to 1992 for Kurdistan region after the establishment of the government and the parliament in Kurdistan region. Then we started actually to have our own section for higher education within the Council of Ministers. Then in 2006, the first Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research was established by then, which includes which considered to be an umbrella of the universities and higher education institutions in Kurdistan. So the history of higher education actually is bright because apart from being young, but has achieved a lot of things. Among them, establishing very good relations with the other international institutions and universities, and try to do its best in putting together higher education section and private sector in relation with each other, connecting them. I'm going to talk about the first time when our ministry actually started to establish the quality assurance process in 2009. At the time, there was actually a gap between our universities and the international universities. Or in other words, I can say between higher education section and Kurdistan region and higher education sector in the world. So we started to establish the quality assurance process in Kurdistan region back to 2009, when the first stone was set for the quality assurance. It was a big challenge at the time because through the quality assurance, you are going to do the evaluation and assessment for what you have done so far and for what you have as well. When you do the assessment, of course, you will be able to understand what the gaps you have to fill them, what the difficulties you have to sort them out. So that was the time when we started to have the quality assurance process. It was the process which covered actually all the universities and faculty members within the universities. Through this process, actually, a new era of higher education started in our universities because the faculty members actually have been assigned to new activities which they haven't done them before. And even if they have done them before, they were not being asked by the ministry and by the universities to be checked. But since then, the establishment of the quality assurance body, so then everybody was expected to be checked, and their activities was actually expected to be audited at the same time. So through the process of quality assurance, we understood that we are in need to do a lot of works to improve the higher education section. We started to think about training according to the international standards to our staff. We started to think about doing the reform and change in the curriculum and the programs of the studies in our universities. We started to think about the labor market needs because we understood that the curriculum and the programs that we have actually are not up to date. So we wanted to make them up to date. We started to think about national projects for training the students according to the needs of the labor market. We started to think about establishing new centers, training centers, career development centers, English language centers, research centers, which can respond easily to the needs of the labor market. We started to think about supporting our universities in terms of the curriculum development, in particular programs. This is actually came in parallel with the implementation of all the process and activities that we have in quality assurance. We started to think about actually the ranking of our universities to be in parallel with the international ranking of the universities. Unfortunately, at the time, our universities were quite absent on the international ranking map of the universities in the world. Through the quality assurance, we were able to establish national university ranking for our universities, and our universities started to compete with each other, so as one will be better than the other to be at the top of the list of the universities in Kurdistan region. This leads us actually to a new process, which is called the internationalization process. Through this process, we were able to work in collaboration, cooperation with international universities in Europe, in United Kingdom, in United States, in the Middle East, in the countries like Malaysia, India, Korea, China. We were able to find our partners there and to work with them. Many programs have been established, like exchange programs for the faculty members, for the students, for the scholarships. We started to secure scholarships for our students and for our teachers. Since then, a new program for sending students out of the country, for the building the capacity of our faculty members under the title of Human Capacity Development Program, HCDP, where thousands of students traveled outside the region to the international universities to study abroad, to get their master's degrees, to get their PhDs, and they actually got the culture back with themselves. They got the language back with themselves. They got the excellent experiences from the West to the country. So our faculty members actually started to be like a mixture of the local faculty members and the faculty members who were well equipped by the experiences they got back from the West. Through the internationalization process, our universities actually understood that there is a need to secure funding from now. The culture of securing funding actually was not something familiar with. There are many international bodies, many international agencies which are giving funding to the universities around the world. We were not up to that ambition to secure these fundings. But since then, our universities started to do collaboration with their partners around the world and to secure some projects which were funded either by EU, either by Department of State, either by British Council, either by DAD, these and other agencies. There are many international representations right now located in Erbil. We are able to get very benefit from the presence of these international representations in Erbil, and we were trying to negotiate with them and to discuss the means of collaboration and cooperation with each other. We want to use from them. So we were in touch with them how to enhance and to support our universities, how to support our students, how to support our faculty members, how to help us in reforming the curriculums and the programs of the study, and then how to get the accreditation for our programs. You know, in quality assurance, we are doing our best. In our life, we all look for the quality. If you go to the market and you buy anything, the first thing you ask about is the quality. So what is the quality of the graduates now? Even in the university, what do we have? We have the input, the students, and the output, the graduates. So people will ask us about the quality of these graduates. How do you evaluate the quality of the graduates? You evaluate the quality of the graduates by securing the opportunities of getting the jobs and the employment of these graduates. You need to secure that these graduates are able to get their works based on the skills they have learned from the universities, based on the trainings that they have secured during their educational process, during their study. So we needed actually to renew the mechanisms of the quality assurance process on the evaluation and assessment criteria. We wanted to know how we can do our best. Actually, this has been done again through the National University ranking, where we were able to set a number of criteria, a number of parameters to evaluate and assess the performance of the universities. Another thing we paid attention to actually to raise the standard of English language. We understood that English nowadays is the means of communication, is the way where we can get the support and secure the support for our universities. We understood that the better our faculty members are speaking in English, the better they can do their performance. Now there is something that our teachers need to actually to consult the new up-to-date books and sources about their own careers. So we wanted to encourage them to pay attention to the language. So we have established English language centers among the universities. And now I'm in Cambridge. We wanted to get support from Cambridge University to our universities to support English language centers. One of the reasons is that to get these programs that we are using at our universities to be recognized, and Cambridge University is one of the best universities, which we feel proud of it, to work and support our English language centers. Another point actually related to the collaboration of the research, making teams of collaboration on research. We wanted to work in team with our partners, with our international partners around the world, and form new teams of research. Through this research, we were able to get this from the outcomes that this research are going to give us, these studies. Our universities are collaborating with different universities around the world, and they want to get used about up-to-date researches. What are the most important problems that they need to tackle and to deal with them? And also the scholarship and the exchange programs. We were able actually to get some scholarships for our students from different international representations in the region. And through the scholarships, actually, our students and faculty members were able to get use from the experiences as well. Another point is relating to the training and capacity building. Nowadays, actually, leadership and administration are very important, that we need to get our faculty members to be able to lead and to manage their careers. It's very important to be a good manager, but it takes time to be a good leader. It's not necessarily if you are a good manager, you are a good leader, but we need to have good leaders among the universities, because our universities are actually leading by leaders. So we wanted to have our own leaders so as they will be able to direct the universities in the right side. The different types of activities like workshops, seminars, that forums and symposiums are going to be done in collaboration with different partners. The very important point is related to pedagogy. We were thinking about how to change the mindset of the faculty members. We wanted to make sure that our faculty members are thinking in the right way. How can this be done? Through the methods of teaching. We wanted to change the system from the teachers-based learning into the student-based learning. This is how we started in 2015 to change the education system, the entire education system in the country, into Bologna process, which is implemented by the European countries within the framework of Bologna process convention. Now our universities are implementing Bologna process, and through them we have the change the teacher center learning into student center learning, where the students are much more free to have critical thinking, to be creative, to think about their ways, their skills, to be able to have full freedom and autonomy in learning. This can be done again in parallel with the pedagogy process that we are implementing. We are going to give training courses which range from 6 to 9 months to our faculty members. Those who are going to be appointed recently into our universities are going to be trained for such range of time, so as they will be familiar with the up-to-date trends of teaching, which you know that a good teacher will lead to have a good student, good graduates. The other thing, actually, digitalization. You know, during the COVID, unfortunately, we were not quite qualified with online learning, and with the COVID, we try to do our best to get e-campus infrastructure. Unfortunately, our infrastructure was not to that degree that we can just admit and implement online. But since then, we started to establish the online and distance education. We were quite successful in getting the education system running on without stopping it as our other universities in the world did. So we started to keep this going on and started to establish the infrastructure online. And we did the blended learning at the same time. We did both face-to-face learning and online learning at the same time. I think the very important point, you look at me as if my time is running out. There's one very important point here is TVET. Now, the strategy of our government, is toward the implementation of technical vocational education and training. In our country, and TVET, unfortunately, in our country, we just paid attention to the T and we forget about the VET. So the VET have been completely forgotten by our country, by our people. So we are trying to implement vocational education into our system, so as we will get the opportunity to the people to use their own skills in the labor market and to be able to go to the labor market easily, because through vocational education, people can get jobs easily in the market. Unfortunately, the percentage of the implementation of vocational education, I can say that it's less than 1%. For this reason, our ministry started to establish a number of higher education institutions for vocational education only, where this type of education is going to start. Hopefully next year, students will be able to have vocational studies from now and then. And this is actually something not easy to be done, because you need to have a very good infrastructure for implementing Bologna education. You need to have a very good structure for implementing the training for these students. But we are in the process of this, and I hope that this bunch of information I gave you, sorry for taking much of your time, will be useful for the attendance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad. Before I pass to the MC with question, I have a question actually for you.
Pleasure to present a captivating music performance by the talented students of our QIU Music Club. They will be enchanting us with a mesmerizing piece of music that celebrates the rich and vibrant Kurdish culture. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to the talented students of Music Club as they grace us with their performance. Thank you, and let the music fill our hearts and souls.
So I guess we see the performances, and later I will ask you the question. And we have one question from the hall in Malaysia, Dr. Muhammad.
No problem. I'll be with you, but please accept my apology for being casual with you this afternoon.
No, no problem at all. We understand with glitches when we use technology. While waiting for them to set up, maybe I can ask my question. You said that the government in Iraq are focusing more on TVET right now, less on the T, but more on the VET. But is there any kind of plans that the government or the Ministry of Education in Iraq would want to consider moving towards incorporating education technology in the delivery of the education content?
I didn't get the last part of your question, sorry.
Okay, let me just repeat. You mentioned about the government of Iraq. Yeah, they are moving towards TVET, less the T, more about the VET. But is there any kind of plans or on moving towards incorporating education technology in the delivery of the education content?
That's a very interesting question. That's a very interesting question. Actually, most of our universities are academic universities in Iraq, and we just have 3 polytechnic universities, and the rest of the universities are not technical universities. We don't have any vocational studies within these universities. Our focus actually is to be on technical and vocational studies as well. But we have at least 3 universities, 3 technical universities, but we don't have any vocational universities. We will be very happy to get support to our technical universities as well. We will be proud that our technical universities are going to get support and to collaborate with the international universities in the field. But the point is that I was just saying, we are at least 3 of the universities are dealing with the T, but the VET are completely absent.
Yeah, but that is actually the focus. But is there any way to incorporate technology in the delivery of content in the education?
If there's an opportunity for that, if there's an opportunity for collaboration for any technical universities around the world, it will be an honor for us. And this is the message I can deliver to you on behalf of His Excellency, the Minister of Higher Education, that we'll be very happy to have this collaboration with at least with your university, with the Malaysian universities. We enjoy, we actually, we feel proud of the level that the Malaysian universities have. So we're very happy now that we see Taiwan universities actually franchising with UTM and UITM, and we would like to continue having this collaboration and to keep it sustainable. For us, having the sustainability is the most important thing. We don't want to have cutting off on these collaboration that we have with Malaysian universities.
Alhamdulillah, inshallah, we will plan for more collaboration in the future. I believe there's one question from the Malaysian hall. MC, can you read out the question or get the student to ask the question to the Honorable Director General?
We will now open questions to our participants. Are there any questions to be asked?
We have one right over there. Yes, Mr.
Please stand up and give out your question.
Hello. So I would like to ask, how do you evaluate your university's Iraq?
Can you say your question again, please?
How do you evaluate the university's Iraq?
Oh, I see. How do I evaluate it? That's a very difficult question, but you asked it the right person, because I do with my team at the Ministry of Higher Education, we do the evaluation to our universities. As I mentioned that we have actually a process called National University Ranking. We are going to rank our universities based on their performance and their activities. And before 2-3 years, actually, we announced the ranking of our universities, and we told them that this is the standard of your university based on several criteria and parameters that we are setting. There are a number of measurements that we are setting to evaluate our universities. We do it, and the process is going on still. We are going to collect all the data that we want to evaluate and to assess. And based on the data we are collecting from the universities, we are going to know the standard and the level of that university. This is number one. Number two, there are other international ranking agencies that are doing the ranking for the universities around the world. And among them, our universities in Kurdistan region. Our universities are going to be assessed and evaluated by a number of international ranking agencies like the Times, Webometrics, and the others. They are doing the evaluation for the universities, and through them we can understand the standard and the level of our universities. I hope this makes sense to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Muhammad Ahmed, for the explanation upon the education in Iraq. Now, without further ado, moving on to the next awaited session, an exciting performance from Cairo University International students.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad. Now we're moving to the performance.
Thank you very much for having us with you this afternoon. Wishing you all the best for your conference.
Thank you so much, Dr. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Well, thank you very much for letting me in.
You're welcome. Just sorry we had to.
I apologize without having permission. I told them petty. That's why I just came in. So sorry. Good luck.
No worries.
Well,
No
I'm Director
apologies.
General for
Have a good
Quality
day.
Assurance.
The camera tu kena fokus sikit dekat.
Give a big round of applause for our Without further ado, we will now begin the next session. ChatGPT, applications, opportunities, and methods in academia. Introducing our speakers for the session from the Faculty of Pharmacy UITF, Dr. Siti Asma Yusof, from the Faculty of Dentistry UITF, Dr. Andrea Jose, and representative from UITF.
KMC, you can
Wow, what amazing performance. Give another round of applause for the you will now begin the next session. ChatGPT, implications, opportunities, and measures in academia. Introducing our session.
استمعني.
Introducing our speakers for this session from the Faculty of Pharmacy UITF, Dr. Siti Asma Yusof, Faculty of Dentistry UITF, Dr. Adrian Hussein, and representative from QIU, Dr. Wanza Kiato Aya Isaac, Mr. Akko Abubakar, and introducing our moderator for this session, Dr. Wanurmani, the Director of Strength National Education and Labs. So, Dr.
برزة برزة
Give a big round of applause for the Kyle.
Okay, MC, you can start, MC, with our next session.
Maybe comment.
Okay. And now our next panel focuses on the implication, opportunities, and measures of ChatGPT in academia. We have the privilege of having esteemed speakers who will engage in an insightful discussion on this topic. Our first speaker is Dr. Siti Asma Yusuf from the Faculty of Pharmacy at UITM. Joining us next is Dr. Adrian Hussein, is a distinguished faculty member from the Faculty of Dentistry at UITM. Representing Taiwan International University, we have Dr. Juan Aida, the head of Department of HRD, and Mr. Ako Abubakar, a member of Faculty of Engineering. Guiding and moderating the panel is Dr. Juan Nurbani, the Director of Transnational Education at ISEPS. With her expertise in the field, she will ensure a fruitful and engaging discussion among the panelists. We are excited to hear from these distinguished speakers and explore the implications, opportunities, and measures associated with ChatGPT in academia. Thank you. And without further ado, let's begin our panel discussion.
Okay. MC from UITM, do you want to say something or should I just start?
Chega. Gosta. Mira, ești copii la mică. Mira, jak si to najpierw. Mobile się najpierw bude věc. Mobile się jak se mi короче to naj
All right, so thank you everyone.
Listen.
I can't mute it. Can someone mute the okay, I use screen. All right, so thank you everyone. My name is Wan Nurpani Wanuddin. I'm from ISEPS UITM from the Department of Transnational Education. So today, this is our last session. We will be discussing a little bit on ChatGPT. So with me today, I'm looking at Dr. Okay, but I'm sure that yeah. With me today are two representatives from Taiwan International University. So we have Dr. Wan Zaikiatu, Aida Ishaq, and also Mr. Ako Abubakar. So they are the two representatives from Taiwan International University. From UITM, we have Dr. Siti Asma. Dr. Siti Asma Juso is a researcher and senior lecturer at the Faculty of Pharmacy, University Technology Mara since 2011. She obtained her PhD degree in computational biology from the Center of Bioinformatics, Saarland University, Germany. And she spent 2 years doing postdoctoral training in the University of California, San Diego. Her specialized skills are using computer technology and bioinformatics tools in the field of drug design and biomolecules. So you can see that there's these different backgrounds that we have for our speakers today or for our panelists today, and it will be very interesting to get their take into ChatGPT. The second panel from UITM is actually Dr. Adrian Hussein, who graduated in medicine from Ireland in 1999, where he continued to work and train as a general surgeon until 2004. He returned to Malaysia and joined UITM in 2005. He completed his training in neurosurgery in 2009 and have been working as a lecturer until today. He has had a deep interest and experience in computer hardware, IT and technology in general since 1993, and have been keeping a close eye in the development of AI, especially in relations to human interactions, education experience, and its effect on human evaluation. So lately we've been hearing the buzz of ChatGPT, and there's a lot of, I think there's a mixed reaction to what ChatGPT, whether we are accepting ChatGPT as it is in academia or in the education industry, or are we rejecting it? Some schools around the world have banned ChatGPT, and that includes countries like Italy, China, Iran. They have banned ChatGPT. What do you think would be some of the worry about having ChatGPT in academia? Perhaps maybe we can start with Mr. Ako.
Yeah, thank you very much for having us today, and happy anniversary for ICEPS. About the ChatGPT, actually, ChatGPT is a pre-trained language model. It's an auto-regressive language model, which is based on the text-based. When we insert a text, when we ask a question in the ChatGPT, or actually it's based on GPT, ChatGPT. So when we ask any question, text-based questions, this chat, based on the train model, based on the train language, answer the questions in the real time. Okay, so this chat is not a new, actually new technology. It's not a new trend. The chatbots, the AI model, the language model, been around for the last decade. But with that performance, without speed, without quality, we haven't done before. So with the ChatGPT, there was so many concerns, especially in the education. And the concerns was about how the ChatGPT affect education, especially for the students. And there was so many phrase from the ChatGPT, and so many countries try to ban the ChatGPT totally. Some countries they banned it, and so many schools they try to ban the ChatGPT. What I think, actually, that's not a, let's say, a good start with this technology, because this is not the first technology that we are going to have, and that will not be the last. We are going to see more advanced technology, more advanced techniques in the future. So banning the technology or banning some techniques is not a solution. So I think we need to reform the educations. We need to start thinking about how we can adopt these new technologies, because whether we like it or not, it's out there. The techniques are out there. Whether you want to ban it or not, the students can reach the ChatGPT, they can use it. And also, we have to see these techniques in the both sides. Well, the technology have the benefit, also the technology have the drawbacks. The only problem that we may have, this ChatGPT happened suddenly. So we as a scholar, we as educational sectors, we were not ready to have these techniques suddenly. So we're supposed to have we need to have we need to prepare. We need to prepare for such kind of technology. Also, we need to prepare for future technology that we may see in the run. So for ChatGPT, we can see a great benefit from the ChatGPT for both educators, for both for students, for lecturers. Through the ChatGPT, students can enhance their performances. They can ask any questions. They can enhance their personal learning
Yes.
using ChatGPT.
Mr.
Also, for the lectures, there's a great benefit for the lectures. Lecturers can get benefit from the ChatGPT. Lecturers can arrange the questions. Lecturer can assess the question within the ChatGPT. So easily you can get any information through ChatGPT.
All right,
there's
Mr.
a big-
Ako, actually, I think because this is just an introduction.
I cannot hear you, Dr. Wan.
Yeah, no, it's okay because my next question is, how do you integrate ChatGPT into the education system? But I want to hear from the other panelists, why the worry? Why do you think, it is a worry? Why people are banning it? But your take on it is actually, we should embrace it. So what about Dr. Siti Azma? Maybe you can, give some thoughts into this.
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
It's actually for another panelist. I will come back to you shortly, Mr. Ako. Yeah. So Dr. Siti Azma, why do you think is the worry now?
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me, right? Assalamualaikum. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, and the organizer, ISEP, and the other organization for inviting me as one of the panel today for this international forum. So, we are talking about ChatGPT right now, right? So ChatGPT, as the representative from the Taiwan University told us just now, is not actually new. It's actually started many years ago. It's just that due to big data, various of data that have been, accumulated. So from there, the AI program be able to predict or to do their job, so-called to the certain accuracy that we have at the moment. So the first that we get to know is actually is the ChatGPT, right? So as we all know as well, it's not only ChatGPT that we have at the moment. It's only one of the AI program. There are other rivals from Google, which is Bard, and in China as well, as they cannot get access to ChatGPT, they have their own Ernie, so-called from Baidu, right? And there are many others as well that developing their own similar ChatGPT program. So we all can imagine in the future if this ChatGPT will be integrated in all the software that we have at the moment. So you can imagine in Word document, there is ChatGPT that can assist you. There are in Adobe Photoshop or Adobe Illustrator, there is ChatGPT that going to suggest you what kind of design that you should do. So all those things will come in the future in a short time that we have to, embrace. So in addition to this text ChatGPT that use text data and or that data as input and output, there are other many AI programs that can also do other purposes such as artwork. This AI program can create you the website that you want. You want them to create slide presentation or even audio script that can mimic your own voice or other actors' voice is also based on the AI. And the latest one, I think last year, there is a company called Meta Dynamics, I think Metaphysics, that created a fake video of Tom Cruise that called Tom Cruise that, to be honest, really like the other version of Tom Cruise that becoming viral in TikTok. So you can imagine in the future, there are many more jobs that can be replaced by this kind of AI. Okay, so in my own field as well, which is in the computational drug design, we used to predict structure using many software, but right now there is Google software called AlphaFold that can do some of our jobs already. They kind of, scary in the future, but not yet to the certain extent that AI can actually replace the whole process, but we know that the more and more data coming in, and with the high quality of the data, the AI can be more accurate to predict many things in the world, and then can do lots of more jobs.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Siti Azma. What about Dr. Aida? Do you, why is it a worry? And if we are embracing it, how do we effectively integrate GPT, like, ChatGPT into the education system? Dr. Aida, can you hear me? Dr. Wan Aida?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, Dr. Wan?
Okay, so the original question is that, a lot of countries and schools and universities are banning ChatGPT. I asked what is the worry? But if, let's say, we're embracing it into our education system, how do we integrate it? How do we bring it in?
Okay, basically, hello, Assalamualaikum, and good morning from Kurdistan. So basically on ChatGPT itself, the integration of ChatGPT into an academic setting. So I would prefer to give my opinion in terms of the preparedness of our academicians in enhancing the usage of ChatGPT. So basically the worriness that came from those countries that banned ChatGPT is because they cannot control the overflowing of the data, or maybe the data breaching itself. So when they are in the position that they are not being able to control, as we know, China have billions of population, so it's hard for them to control the population or even the action of each citizen. So while we can, it's not that I'm saying it's easily that we can control, but the integration and also a proper mechanism and measures need to take place. For example, in academia setting, first it begins with our academicians. So the academicians themselves need to know when to use the ChatGPT and until what measure they should implement the usage of ChatGPT. First of all, we know the concern of ChatGPT is about the plagiarism. So we as academicians, in terms of the originality of the data, the identity itself, or in our research, so it becomes a concern. So if you are able to put a clear policy, clear policy even in our governmental sectors first, of course, from our government and in the industrial learning process itself. So the clear policy should be implemented where the academician should know when to use, to what extent, and what mechanism that the student should know also. So when the students are well aware when to know and what are the mechanisms that they can go for using ChatGPT, I think it will be a controllable mechanism to be implemented in education setting. And also a part of the student itself, it comes to the ethics. Ethics is not something that we can control. Of course, even as academicians, we cannot control the ethics among the academicians. It becomes a controversial issue. Some academicians maybe think that, okay, why not? ChatGPT just tells us the quizzes, can generate the quizzes, the exam questions, all these things for us. Why not we use it? But to what extent you are securing the originality and the creativity of thinking itself from the academician side? You are creating your generation, either they are going to go over relying to the technology itself, or integration of ChatGPT.
All right, so thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Aida. So what about Dr. Adrian? I think looking at the control, how we manage ChatGPT and in terms of ethical consideration, what will be your thoughts in this?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Thank you for inviting me to give some thoughts on the topic. With regards to ChatGPT, I think I agree with all the previous speakers with regards to the possible, I suppose, positive impact as well as negative impact.
Um,
If I could, for example, share with you in my own field, I'm a medical lecturer teaching in dental and medical faculties. I have found now students using ChatGPT to create a case for their assignments. Now, I do know because I know their capabilities and the submission that I receive is obviously not of their standards. So I know this. The only problem I think in the academia, especially in my own setting, in very limited setting, is that this is something that we cannot control. They are available on the phone. They can use it anytime they want. It's just a matter of how we teach the students. And I suppose in the sense that Dr. Aida said, the academia itself, we need to have a good ethics and values with regards to the use of ChatGPT. This is not something that we can control. This is going to be, I think, the next evolution in the world, next evolution in education. I have tried, for example, this week to insert some of the students' submission into Turnitin, and it returned less than 1% similarities. And I know this is ChatGPT because then I used the same submission, send it to ChatGPT, got the reply, the response, and I sent the response back to Turnitin, and it's still giving less than 1%. So unless you insert or you, I think now Turnitin has a special edition, like extension that you can use so they can detect AI production. But even then, the sensitivity is about 9%. So if you use our original, the one that your ITM is using, is even worse. I mean, you can get 0% similarities. So essentially what's happening is that if we are lazy, we can just use ChatGPT to do everything. Lastly, I think I want to share how scary this thing is. I made question for exam. I've been doing this for the last 18 years. And I know my standards of question exam is if I give this exam to any students in medicine, even in, I suppose in the top universities, in Oxford, in Cambridge, Harvard, I can guarantee you, they will not be able to answer this 100%. So I copy pasted the question exam and I put it on ChatGPT. And guess what? ChatGPT got it right in the first try, and you will get about 90% marks.
Wow.
How scary is that in real life? Now, I have tried that in real cases as well. So that is in education. Now imagine in real cases, I've run it in real cases, and I want to see how good ChatGPT in interpreting cases, results, data. I mean, this is text data. We haven't gone into GPT-4, but text data. And I got the best answer. So now we are living in a world where a system that can be accessed through a phone is better than any graduate that we are going to produce. Not just in UiTM. I bet you in Oxford, Cambridge, Stanford, Harvard, or any top medical and dental universities. So this is the biggest, I think, the biggest impact that it will happen in a few, I would say in a few years' time. So what are the values that we need to keep that will make us better than this ChatGPT? Or even other large language models as mentioned by Dr. Siti Azma. One thing that maybe I would like to share just for the last point is that in Europe, they have stood up and created a law with regards to the use of AI. I think we have to adopt this worldwide, and especially in Malaysia, as part of academia in Malaysia, we have to adopt a single, I would say a single law act to control the use and the limit of using ChatGPT or any large language models, because the way things are now, a lot of even researchers are not fully aware or I think recognize the potential of good as well as the potential of danger.
Some of the people, the main people in the industries have given the example of the current situation that today ChatGPT and all these large language models is exactly the same as the time we discover atomic bomb.
Wow.
So I think maybe I leave it to the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Adrian. I think besides legalizing it, perhaps we should start by how we can effectively train and supervise our students and even our educator on how to use ChatGPT ethically. Do you have any opinion on that? Perhaps Mr. Akko, we go back to you. Mr. Akko, can you hear me?
Hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I heard you.
Yes, did you hear my question?
Yes, I got it.
Okay, awesome. You can proceed with your answer.
Yeah, about that matter, actually, let me give you an example. Every time when a new trend, a new technology comes, we become afraid as an educator, or there will be always two sides. There's the one who like it, the one who don't like it. In our case, in the ChatGPT, let's say students more, they like the ChatGPT because that makes their life, their duties much easier compared to the lectures. Mostly the lecturers, the education sector, they are afraid of that. But my opinion is that we are not, I say, we are not concerned about how the students get information. Because this information that they will get from the ChatGPT was already existing in the internet. So previously, actually, for ChatGPT, getting the information is much easier. Like, for example, answering the question about solving the homework, so it's much easier. Our duty as an educator, we have to teach students how to deal with this information in terms of two things. In terms of cognitive, because it depended on ChatGPT to solve everything that will decrease their cognitive skills for the students. Because they don't think, they don't have a creativity. They don't have creativity. Why? Because they rely on ChatGPT's answer without sometimes getting the answers. The other concern is the quality, because we know the ChatGPT quality is not that much high for everything. Like Doctor says, ChatGPT have a high quality.
We can't hear you, Mr. Akko, because I think QRU side is actually being muted. Can someone unmute Kaiwan's screen? Okay.
I can hear you, but I don't know.
No, because just now you were muted, so we can't hear you. Perhaps you can. Yeah, you can repeat it again.
Okay. So what I say there are two main concerns. The main concern is cognitive skill for the student. The second concern is the quality. Because especially in terms of research, if you ask anything from the ChatGPT, it will generate information for you. Even sometimes this information is not true, because it will generate anything based on a text that you insert. It's not a technique to retrieve the data. It's a technique to generate information. Sometimes that information is not quite correct. So even if you try to, students, lecturers, if they try to rely on the ChatGPT, they always should do OCT. They always should
هو يبيع موتيفو كذا بجاوب
check the answers, whether the information is true or not. Sometimes if you ask the question, the same question, like in ask the ChatGPT and ask question, sometimes it will give you some different answers. Sometimes it will give you the wrong answer. Why? Because it will generate based on what you insert, and statistically, sometimes it will give you the different answer. So that will make a problem. The students, they should learn how to use the ChatGPT. Also, they have to know how to check the information after getting an information from the ChatGPT. That's it. I think that's also for the lecturers, for the educators. I think we have to go more for creativity. We have to leave traditional education. We have to, for example, be a step beyond the ChatGPT. For example, if you ask to write an essay by the students, you need to, for example, ask them to prevent the information. Now, it's not important to give you an essay. The important is he or she should understand what they write. Okay, it doesn't matter where he brings the information. The most important, how he can read the information, how he can understand the information. So I think we have to follow some techniques to, for example, to adopt ChatGPT. We cannot prevent it. It's out there. That's my answer.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Akko. What about Dr. Wan Aida? How can educators effectively train and supervise ChatGPT, for more ethically use amongst the students and educators alike?
Okay, responding to that question, like my point of view is that once we are dealing with the revolution itself, the evolution of technology itself, we should, revise our educational deliveries. Like, for example, our continuous assessment itself, the assessment on how we assess those students. So when we are having ChatGPT, well, every single phrases are made for you, every single information are delivered for you. So basically we cannot rely on the written submission from the students, as we already have in mind that probably this written submission report has been, derived or obtained from the ChatGPT. So we need to revise as what? We need to revise in terms of, we don't want them to lose their creativity. We just don't want them to just rely on, retrieving information, copy and paste it and submit to us. So what we can do is we revise all those assessments. Instead of just accepting those written submission, we go for presentation, more on oral assessment. While we are not going to lose the momentum, we need someone who talk, not just to write. While we are having ChatGPT, we are having a generation who are just sitting in front of the laptop, retrieving all the information, and so suddenly we know that they have a perfect information delivered to us, while we don't know whether they have the real understanding about the topic that they have delivered to us. So we need to change in terms of oral, interview, presentations, mock interview. All these kinds should be put more in places. We back to traditional method before. Okay, before, I think back in 2013 or 2012, okay, when I was in my degree, I was in UIT, and basically we have 70% of presentation. So all our written submission will be evaluated through the presentation. Again, why? To test our understanding. So the student cannot rely solely on the submission itself. So they know that they are going to be tested. They know that they are going to be asked. They know they are going to have the synthesizing method in their write-up. So that's how we create the urgency for them to understand what are written on those submission, on those reports that they submit to us. And also from there, while we are giving back the oral presentation era, while we are, engaging more oral presentation, so we are actually securing the creativity we are securing the generation that able to speak, an opinionated generation. This is what we want. We don't want them just to be behind the scene and just got 100 on papers and that's it. So back on into revising our, education deliveries in all the courses related to it. That's all my take on this, Dr. Wan.
All right, thank you, Dr. Aida. Looking at the other side of the coin, how can ChatGPT be utilized to support and enhance research capabilities in academics and researchers? Perhaps Dr. Azma?
Okay, regarding how we can utilize the ChatGPT in research setting, there are many ways. So it seems that, apart from manuscript preparation, which is we can use ChatGPT as well as an editor, you can imagine that it's not the way that we use the ChatGPT to just cut and paste from the question, but to find new ideas, for example, and it also can become to suggest or to become, combination of grammar editor at the same time with the plagiarism checking, but it's more alive that can help you with the suggestion. That is for the manuscript writing, because many people oppose, even like Dr. Andrian told us just now, even the publishing company can't even order the Turnitin or the check plagiarism software can't even detect whether it's from AI or not. It's the same as the publishing company. I think there's a study from Nature Publishing tried to check hundreds articles that they can't manage to figure out which one is which actually from the AI and from the real author. So that is in that case. So in my case as well, because we do lots of research, and with our student, I straight away told them, please use ChatGPT. So, but in a proper way, before, if you give a tool to somebody, to the kids, without telling what to do, it will get to something dangerous happen or, appropriate use. So for that reason, when I teach any subject, I say, go and use ChatGPT. But of course, the assessment or the evaluation of their topic or what they want to present is different. It will not be straightforward question. It will not be open book question where I don't see them. So it means that we back to the human, in face to face more, but only on the assessment. But I acknowledge that ChatGPT gives us lots of potential. For example, I think everybody can agree with the capability of the ChatGPT right now. It can replace a teacher. Even more, it can be a better teacher than many other teachers currently, with the knowledge and everything that they can give to us. So that part is actually can actually reduce the teacher's work, which students already know. You just need to give the right question to the student, so the student figure out by themselves about that topic, which actually you can come to the student during the session time. Is all about the discussion. So other than that, I have two other more suggestions. For example, the university should actually have the best practices, regulation, guideline for the teacher and student how to use it. You cannot stop it. Like you said, there are many people will still use it if you stop this technology. So it's to be safe, you need to have that best practices and guideline. On top of that, I think it's very important not to wait for the regulation, but the straightforward or the accelerated step that we can implement is to upskill our lecturers, upskill many lecturers or teachers still using many traditional ways of teaching. Textbook, memorize everything. You cannot do that anymore in this, for the new generation, because it seems that they can have better teacher as the ChatGPT. They even, I can give you a really, best example of my own son, which is high school student, because they born in this current situation where everything is digital, right? The way that they use it, there's no tutorial needed. They just like, for example, hey, ChatGPT, I want to get trained on this formula or calculation. Please give me 5 questions. Don't say, don't give the solution. Just say whether I'm wrong or I'm correct, and keep giving me the question. Can you imagine that? You don't need a teacher or private teacher in the future if you have that kind of thinking of using the ChatGPT. So other than that, lastly, I think I already summarized as upskilling the teachers, the alternative way of assess the student with more face-to-face or presentation, collaborative learning. And I think the last one just now is the best practices, guideline, and practice. That's all from me.
All right, thank you, Dr. Azma. I believe that, different generations, the way they use technology is very different. For us or for me, I'm a digital migrant, so I adapt and adopt because I have to go through different generations and different types of development of technology in order to, to learn, relearn, and use it. But these natives who are born with this kind of technology, sometimes they do not know how to use it. And I think the idea of, teaching them how to use it, I think is very key. Because like you said, you need to ask the right questions in order to get that information. And even with, using ChatGPT to train yourself, I don't think the students, not all students are capable in doing that. They can just ask for, you need to be able to know the topic or the concept first in order to search for it. So if you just ask, what is this concept, and then, but they need to learn, they need to read it, they need to understand it. Going to Dr. Adrian, along those lines as well, how can ChatGPT be leveraged to support collaboration and interactive learning among students in an academic setting? Or perhaps maybe you want to, I can't hear you. I think there's no sound.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I think, yeah, okay. With regards to collaboration and between students, I think my first journey to realizing the change is around 2008, 2009, when my own students, because I teach in the hospitals, so I teach in front of the patient, and we do this, we call it bedside teaching. This is part of the medical training, medical and dental training. So they present the case to me. Before, I think 2009, 2010, before that, all the students carry paper, a piece of paper. After that, slowly, and now, today, nobody carry any papers. All of them carry iPads or something in that order, tablets, mostly tablets and iPads. Now, if you can imagine, tablets and iPad, they are totally connected to the internet, and they are connected to each other as well, as you said, collaboration between them and between the whole batch. So anything that they write, when they put it in, for example, Telegram or WhatsApp, they share immediately, right? If they say they see a patient, they see some nice things or some cases that are very interesting, they share immediately. So in terms of collaboration and this idea of the new era of ChatGPT, which is another step on top of the already digital era, I think there is a good part of it that the students now can actually maximize their potential in terms of the education time. What I see though is that because of this availability of the internet, of ChatGPT and this collaboration between students, they become lazy. And I can tell you for sure now in all my classes, not just in UITM, as a generation, the new students, most of them do not read books anymore. And we expect, because they don't read physical books, they read digital books, and they don't as well. They have the books in their tablets or phones or PCs or laptops, but they don't read it anymore. And I know this because I can ask exactly from the chapter that I told them to read, they will not be able to read.
Yes.
So back to your point, and I would like to echo this to the rest of the speakers, which I agree all of them, that sometimes the issue here is not that we are afraid of the technology, it's just the technology changes the way people face the future. And either fortunately or unfortunately, because we are, myself personally as a teacher, I see the change in the generation. And for better or for worse, what I can see is that the digital generation create a society where they become lazy. Even for example, I always give them my lecture slides beforehand. And the reason for this is I expect them to read my lecture slides so that when I give the lecture, they have ideas and they can ask me questions. And I can tell you in about 99% of the time, they don't even read past the title. So you can imagine just my lectures, which are usually about 20, 30 slides, they couldn't read. How can they read real textbooks? So in terms of ChatGPT then, how does this make things different? With ChatGPT, they become more, I would say lazier, more, is there a word like more lazier? Lazier because now, rather than looking at the textbook or looking at my notes, they can just put it in the text and generate a response that is probably better than my notes or the textbooks. So it becomes, I suppose, in a way, a kind of a very dangerous cycle of this becoming a very, very difficult situation. So that's why I think I'm pushing for some sort of a regulation and some sort of a policy, especially in UiTM. We can implement, we cannot run from this. If we block one ChatGPT, they'll do many others. We even have Bings and we have Bard, we have whatever. So what we need is a clear policy in terms of how we use it, what limits it has, and in terms of, for example, the answers that we give. I support 100% Dr. Siti when she said that, okay, use it. I have told the students, all my students, to use ChatGPT. This is not something you can protect your students from. This is going to be in their life. So what we need to do is we need to understand, we need to limit, we need to prepare them for what is the future. I think that's my take on it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Adrian. I think, everybody is echoing the same thing. It cannot be stopped. You can't exactly control you cannot exactly ban it, but you can actually control how it is being used. And I think a lot of universities like UTM, UPM has already provided some ethical guidelines on how to use ChatGPT for their students. I also will echo, everybody's suggestions that, the students can use ChatGPT because, 9 out of 10 of them wouldn't be able to use it, 100%, because if you ask them to Google something, they couldn't find it. And Google is actually their toys, they're born with it, because you need to be able to know what you're looking for. If you don't know what you're looking for, ChatGPT can give you 2-3 pages and again, the culture of reading is already deteriorating and you won't read it. So how do you improve yourself? We have 2 questions from the floor. So I pass the mic to the MCs.
For each side, I hope everyone gave their full attention and took notes of the questions. Now we will begin the Q&A session. For anybody who has any questions about ChatGPT, please raise your hand. We have one question, which is, we received a question. Since Malaysian education institutions focus on HOT, should ChatGPT be banned since it may create a student syndrome, which we can see in the US university students? They use this tool as a cheap alternative to generate ideas.
Can you repeat that but slower?
Malaysian education institution focuses on HOTS, Should ChatGPT be banned since it may create a lazy student syndrome, which we can see in the US university students, since they use this tool as a cheap alternative to generate ideas.
You're talking about HOTS?
Yes, HOTS.
And also ChatGPT. So anyone wants to have a go at answering this? Is it Mr. Ako? Did you hear the question?
I didn't get the question.
About high order thinking and how ChatGPT, what was that again, Memsi? Can someone write it at the chat so that we can actually, get the full question? I think that would be better. Just write at the chat. Yeah. Just go to the Zoom chat and then write it down, write the question.
Currently we're having we are now currently typing the questions in the chat.
Can you write the questions in the chat?
Yes, at the moment.
Okay, and then just post it so that I can read it to the panelists.
Can you write the question in chat? Can we start our question from our side?
Oh, okay. Yes, of course. You can do, yes. If you have any questions from IU, yeah, go ahead. You can ask the question, Madam MC. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Hanafi. I would like to share my experience previously that to avoid this plagiarism, normally we ask students to do a very good citations and references. With that, sometimes with some assignment, we also ask students to make appendix of the first page of the articles or journals. With that, we know that students really go through with that. That's a part of make lecturer life easier. Some students just get this chat and they got the whole information without citations, and they just copy the references from somewhere else and they just get it compiled together. So I think another way to get this to avoid students to do plagiarism by ask them to provide citation properly, appropriately, and we have give extra deduction of marks if they didn't do that. Thank you very much.
Anybody would like to answer that? Yeah, Dr. Adrian.
Can I respond to that, Madam Chairperson?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I think to be very honest, with due respect to the person who was giving the inquiries or sharing the information, the current state of the ChatGPT, at least from what I've done myself, it can actually provide you proper reference. Full reference, yes, there is some hallucination present, but if you are willing to properly input the data that you want, it can actually pull out references up to September 2021, which is quite recent. And with regards to citations as being the standard for non-plagiarism, it has been published in Science and Nature that they have studied, they have tried a number of papers and they submitted papers, both by human and by AI, fully ChatGPT, and all of them, some of them accept them, some are not, but none, no journals can actually know which one is the human unless the submission is being told that this is an AI generated paper. So in a lot of journals now, not just us as academia, journals, they require you to state that your paper, is it partially, fully, halfway, 3/4 done by AI. So I think it's not a simple matter of just getting citation, reference. The ChatGPT now with the input since 2021, input from the whole users, can actually understand nuances. This is even more scary. Nuances in the sense that you can talk to them, talk to the AI as a human being, which means that, for example, if you want to generate an abstract, you can ask the abstract to be more precise, more impactful, more scientific, more flowery, more literature, you know. Those things are not, as far as I know, the AI before, without big data, cannot emulate in human. But now ChatGPT, the one that we are faced, the free one, the 3.5 GPT, can actually emulate that. So you can imagine GPT-4, which is the paid version, is even more powerful. Thank you.
All right. So we have two other questions. So the first one just now from our UiTM Annex Hall. Since Malaysian education institution focuses on HOTS and higher order thinking, should ChatGPT be banned since it may create lazy student syndrome, which we can see in the US university students? They use this tool as a cheap alternative to generate ideas. What about Dr. Azma? Maybe you want to tackle this question?
Okay. I kind of disagree. How can ChatGPT can, you know, reduce this hot and higher order thinkings? In some way, I think it's the opposite, because as the one mentioned many times, if you ask the right question, it's not easy to ask the right question. It needs certain thinkings, you know, to the level of reading what actually you want, right? If you want to write on something. Otherwise, teachers should know actually whether it's straightforward or not, right? So, in the case of using ChatGPT, I think it can increase the higher order thinking. For example, in one of my subjects, so I give an assignment for them. I said, you can use ChatGPT or whatever, because we know the level of our students, right? Like the Andrew said, you know, this is the way that you write. You will not get that perfect. So, so I want them to actually improve their English, for example. You can use it, but show it, but try to cater to the question that we want. It's not easy to get the right question to ask ChatGPT, to ask the right question to give what the answer that the lecturers want. And on top of that, I want them to, based on the idea or input from ChatGPT or whatever they want to read, but they have to do this collaborative learning and come up with another idea or a project-based learning, which is in different way. That's why I really emphasize the teachers, we as an academician should actually upgrade ourselves, not only just, you know, prepare PowerPoint presentation based on textbook. That should not, I mean, no longer relevant in this current in today's teaching and learning, because that can be, you know, taken from somewhere, taken from ChatGPT. So for that reason, lecturers should know what tools that can give more engaging or that can evaluate the right way of the student's ability or competency, you know, and their higher level. Whatever tool will come to us, you know, you cannot stop that. You just need to use in the right way. So I think that's my answer for the first question.
All right, thank you, Dr. Azma. We have actually two more questions, but we are actually running out of time. I'll pick one more because the ethical considerations, we've talked about it. So what about how do we educate the students to be more critical in terms of choosing and getting the information they have received from ChatGPT? Does ChatGPT be considered as part of e-learning? Maybe Dr. Aida would like to tackle this question.
Okay, regarding that, whether ChatGPT should be part of the e-learning and how do we actually educate them to sort the information, what kind of question to ask for the ChatGPT itself, we look back to ourselves, an educator. So we as a researcher, for example, we use Google Scholar. I give a basic skills that we apply, Boolean technique, right? Boolean technique that we apply in searching information in the Google Scholar. So we are targeting some specific information in Google Scholar because we want to find an accurate information for that specific area that we are looking for. So the same thing that we need to apply to our students. So basically, once we know that ChatGPT is rigorously used by the students, of course, we cannot ban it, we cannot stop it, we embrace it. How we embrace it? Through the learning process itself. Of course, put them in the class, open the laptop together with them. We also educate ourselves at the same time, tell them, this is your topic, this is what you need to find, in what area, in what specification that you need to touch into, from the guidelines that are given from us, an educator. So if we actually providing a clear guidelines, okay, clear guidelines, which means the structure of all the assessment, for example, assignments or any research topic that we want, we give them a clear structure. We tell them, this is what I want, this is the area that I want you to look into. So they actually have a path to go. While they relentlessly, asking ChatGPT without knowing the direction because they are not being guided. So you as a lecturer, as an educator, you should educate yourself in the first place. In what path I want to direct them into, in what area that I want them to focus on. So these are the things that we actually trying, all educational sectors, regardless private or public, should put all our educators in the same place. Ask them, do you know how to direct your students using the ChatGPT? And to be honest, 70% of us still have no idea how ChatGPT works, to be honest, right? Because we are coming from a generation gap, millennials, Gen Z, Gen Y, and some of us even still from the baby boomers. So how are we going to actually absorb the knowledge of ChatGPT? So educational institution, for sure, private or public, we should put all of us together, find someone, the experts in terms of this users of ChatGPT, how to ask, first of all, how to ask the ChatGPT, how to operate this ChatGPT. So once we are well educated or maybe partially educated, since we know ChatGPT is evolved throughout the year, it keeps evolving. ChatGPT 1 until ChatGPT 4, it has the evolution of more than 200 million parameters just in 4 years. So we know that it's keep evolving. While it's keep evolving, definitely we are evolving, but at least we are already capturing 50% of the skills of finding the information. So the institution, academic institution, definitely need to sort out how we need to educate our lecturers here. We cannot just simply, blaming the student that they don't know, they are becoming lazy. We ourselves, what we do in terms of dealing with this laziness. So we cannot be stereotyping that all of them are lazy. We cannot. If maybe in US, like in the question, some students in US are lazy, how many percentage of that? Maybe 20%, maybe 10%, while the 80%, they are being very informative from the ChatGPT. We don't want to reduce the technology literacy itself, the digital literacy itself, because we are scared of this ChatGPT, but we know how to deal with this evolution of ChatGPT. We have to go through this. This is the mechanism that we can do in terms of, as an academic institution, prepare your academician on how to deal with this all mechanism and evolution. That's all my take for this.
All right, thank you, Dr. Aida. we have, I think, a couple more minutes. I want to get maybe a concluding remark from each of the panelists. 30 seconds. So we start with Dr. Adrian.
Okay,
Yeah, there's
thank
another
you.
question here. One of the guests has a question.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So
There's a
why
gap.
you with the question? Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. One last question, yeah?
Go ahead, introduce yourself and direct your question.
We can't hear you. Can you speak up a little bit? Yeah.
Greetings, everyone. This is Shane. And to be honest, it was such an insightful discussion about such a trending technology. So you have all mentioned that we cannot prevent the distribution of such technology, but we need to regulate and implement the policy for. So this is my question, especially for Dr. Adrian and Mr. Rako. I believe that we are in this point that we should change from the advocacy, which is the changing opinion, to policy, changing in action. So this is my question. How do you rate the implementation of policy and regulation for using ChatGPT by academicians at your university? Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Ako, maybe you want to take that question before I pass it to Dr. Adrian. Yeah.
Thank you very much. About the policy, ChatGPT is like just like any other trend and technologies. Like for example, when we got the social media for the first time, we didn't have any policy to use the social media. So they've been used, for example, for the wrong purposes, for the good purposes. So after that, they wrote the policy about that. During the 2010 and after that, we had cryptocurrency. Like for example, technology for cryptocurrency. It was been around for I think for 10 years. Then the country they couldn't prevent it. They didn't have they couldn't do that. So they start to put policies how to use cryptocurrency, how to embrace or adopt cryptocurrency. The same thing. ChatGPT is a new technology. It's a new trend. For now, we don't have a clear policy for that, but I think that's a job for the educators. They have to do research. They have to analyze the result of using ChatGPTs. Then, based on that, you can put the policies. I think the policies more is like how to teach the users to use ChatGPT. To prevent it, to limit it, I think we cannot do that, just like any other technologies. But we can, for example, come up with a new trend how to use it, how to teach the educators and the users how to use the ChatGPTs. That's my answer.
Thank you, Mr. Ako. So, Dr. Adrian?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairperson. I think I will conclude as well with the answer.
Okay.
With regards to the question, how do we advocate or how do we control this? I know for sure in UiTM, the Vice Chancellor had put ChatGPT in a memo, one of her memos, and but it was just a guideline. It was a very general kind of thing. I believe that ChatGPT and any of the large language models that we have at the moment, this is equivalent to giving like a button for the nuclear bomb to everyone, right? So everyone can press the button and it can explode. Now, the nuclear technology or the atomic technology also have benefits because we use it to generate power and can almost limitless power. So there is always the balance between the benefit and I suppose the potential problem or disaster that can happen. The only thing is that despite our discussion today, my firm belief is that the generation gap as well as the economical gap between people who have and people who do not have is so huge now in our current situation, current world, is that some people with the capabilities of ChatGPT and any of this AI technology will enhance their capabilities much further, while those who have not do not have access to these technologies will be left behind. So the issues will be regulation. I still believe that regulation should be made at the world level, international level, at the national level, and then probably at the academic level in terms of how we use it and what limits there are. Because without regulation, giving the button for the atomic bomb to everyone is not, I think, in our best interest for the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Adrian. Due to the limitation of time, we have actually stretched it to the max. I would like to thank all panelists for their participation in the panel discussion. It is actually very interesting to get different opinions, but I think we did come up with a similar consensus of what, how do we go about in handling ChatGPT in terms of the practice, in terms of the usage. So I will pass back to the MC because we have a closing speech by the president of QIU. Yeah, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you all for the questions, and thank you too to the speakers for the wonderful insight and amazing sharing. We hope to hear more from you soon. Now, last but not least, let us welcome Dr. Ismail Abdurrahman, the president of Taiwan International University, who lives all the way from Kurdistan, Iraq, to give his closing speech. Please welcome.
So thank you for the panelists and for the speakers. It's my great pleasure to introduce our esteemed guest, Dr. Ismail bin Abdurrahman, the president of QIU, Taiwan International University, who will deliver the closing speech live from Suleimania, Iraq. Please give him your full attention and join me in welcoming Dr. Ismail. A warm applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to say zor spas to everyone in the International Forum for Education, Culture, and Technology. So I believe this is a great landmark for us here in the Kurdistan region in Iraq. We are able to have a real-time forum where we have participants from Madrid, Spain, Cambridge, London, and Malaysia and Iraq. So this is a great landmark because I believe that this is going to be the future of education. Talking about something which I love, which is education, I believe, can you imagine what we have is when we have classes like this, where the students are the Shabab or the Ganjani Kurdistani, they are the one that actually really benefits from our collaboration. So when we have Taiwan International University having collaboration with UITM, which is the biggest public university in Malaysia, whereby we have this kind of technology exchange, I think the one that will benefit us in the future are the education here in Iraq, especially in Kurdistan region. One thing which I love very much is that when we have the young students of, say, Halabja, young students of Erbil, students from Rania, students from different parts of Kurdistan, able to benefit a lot of things what we have collaborated with UITM. So I believe this will be the future of what we are here. That's why when someone asks me, Dr. Ismail, how long are you going to be in Kurdistan? My answer to them is that it will be forever. Why I love this is because the epitome of the success of any academician is to see the development of academic in different parts of the world. I have been to many parts of the world, staying more than 15 years overseas. I've been in America for 6 years. I've been in the United Kingdom and now in Iraq. I will say that the best part of my life is here in Kurdistan. Here, you can have the best culture. You can have the best shish kebab, halaja, Hassan Zirak, and a lot of things which I believe. If you want to know about civilization, if you like to know about education, the place to be here is here in Kurdistan. I would like to end this session to my colleagues in UITM. We have a lot of opportunities for you to explore more in consultation, explore more in terms of research, explore more in terms of training here in Kurdistan. And Taiwan International University will open our arms to embrace the diversity which we have. And what we want is we want to have the best of education for our students, for our staff, for our everyone to benefit in the future. Those parts again, those parts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Isabella, for the closing speech and advice.
And now we are at the end of our forum today. Thank you for joining us today as we come to the end of this remarkable event. The International Forum on Education, Culture, Technology. It has been a privilege to have distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and diverse audience gathered here in the celebration of knowledge and innovation. Through the panel discussion, presentation, and activities held during this forum, we have witnessed the power of collaboration and the potential of education, culture, and technology to transform lives. We have explored innovation ideas, shared experiences, and foster meaningful connection that will continue to inspire and drive us forward. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to all the panelists, speakers, and participants who have enriched this forum with their insights, experiences, and engagement. Your contribution have made this gathering a truly enlightening and enriched experience. I'd also like to express my gratitude to the organizing committee, the dedicated staff, and volunteers who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth running of this event. Your hard work and dedication have been valuable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Isabella Abdul-Rahman, for the closing speech and advice. Sadly, we have to come to the end of our event. We appreciate it and are grateful for your cooperation. Don't forget to follow ISAPs and our purpose is social media accounts. Our communities will exist around the world. See you again.
Bye. Okay.